Yes, good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for steering us through the morning on Radio Airborne. Don't forget to tune into them again before you leave this evening. 87.7 is the place to go for that. Welcome, everybody, on behalf of all Eastbourne Borough Council, the bid team, and all our other wonderful sponsors, back to day 3 of what has been an outstanding return of Airborne 2022. We're now going to get this show on the road. Yes, you're in for a treat today indeed, and spectacular flying, and really a huge number of things going on around the town as well. You're going to get lots and lots of information. I'm sure you picked up most of it. The most important thing to do before we get going today with the flying is to get yourself a program. It's just £6. It's got a huge amount of detail on it, some fantastic graphics as well, and that will not only help you guide you through the afternoon and pick out the best things that you do not wish to miss, such as the likes of the Red Arrows, of course, and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, but also tell you the all-important things of where to pick up those wristbands, and if you have difficulties finding people, the place to go if you haven't picked up a wristband for the children is, of course, down at the lifeguard station, just on the Wish Tower lawns, right in pretty much in the centre. There's a little TV screen in the middle of the beach there as well, so it's a good sort of focal point during the course of the day to meet your folks. The sun will come out. It's going to be another great afternoon, 3 days in a row, and therefore please look after the children in particular. Hats, sunscreen, and of course plenty of fluids. Just a quick note on security, please look after all your belongings and of course your family during the course of the day. If you see anything at all suspicious that bothers you, then just please speak to any of the friendly stewards around the course of the day, and of course anybody in a yellow jacket is usually a good pointer as well. But just to tip you off, we are of course still trying to fund the air show, so there will be red t-shirted people coming around with their buckets. Please give as generously as you can to that to keep the show on the road. The yellow t-shirts are generally the program sellers, and they've got a little trolley behind them generally as well. Just stop them and they'll supply you with the all-important program. A chance also to win a great prize as well, as you get one of those. And of course, if you're staying with us the weekend, you get updates on the flying times as well. And then just general recycling. We're doing our very best. A lot of efforts gone in around the country to deliver the greenest air shows. And in fact, any major event in UK is now focused on this. So please look after your rubbish. Dispose of it sensibly and safely in the recycling facilities available to us around the site. And I'll give you a lot more detail on that as we go through the afternoon. But sit back, enjoy yourself. The flying will get underway with different sort of flying, first of all. I'm sure we're all aware we kick off today with the Tigers parachute team free-falling, parachuting onto the beach here right in front of us in a few minutes' time. I've got a feeling somebody played that a little bit earlier. Do you not reckon? Let's just go a little bit fast forward, shall we, and get onto a different groove altogether. But it feels pretty good, doesn't it? It's just so wonderful to see you all back here, and thank you all so much for making the effort. Even though there's a rail strike on, just terrific to see so many people here. The car parks are full, the rest of the town is full, and the flying display is full as well. Just wanted to offer my thanks to Curtis Mays for helping me out with a bit of entertainment last night, and more on what he gets up to, because he's sort of basically taken the bandstand entertainment on tour around to the Winter Gardens, and there was a really outstanding gig last night with Pure Queen, and I understand, I was going to mention today you should get along to see the ABBA tribute tonight, but I gather that is already sold out as well, so maybe you'll just have to get close and listen out for the entertainment from there. But he's also responsible for all the deck chairs around the beach today. All you can do is help yourself to a deck chair, he tells me, anywhere between the pier and the Wish Tower. And somebody will come along, and for a small fee of just £5, you can kip out in your chair all day long. It doesn't get much better than that. Well, right now we're going to do something a little bit different, because there are all sorts of little things I discover around the airborne site when I come here. And one of them is a new form of televised output of the show itself. And it's I've discovered in the last 24 hours. It's run by a young lad called Luke Tufts, and he's been parked right up on the top of the roof of the restaurant at the Wish Tower. Right, in fact, it's right above me. And he's got a couple of chums there, and he's put together an outfit called Aeroview. Luke, good afternoon to you, and welcome.
Thank you for having me, yeah.
It's a real pleasure. Tell me, what have you been up to, and why are you doing it?
Yeah, so we're doing a lot of streaming the last couple of days. So we've been streaming from the first display to the last display each day, all of the displays, and it's live on YouTube. And anyone can watch it for free. You can find the links on the Eastbourne Airshow website or on our website.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is great. We're used to many different companies televising, obviously, this sort of activity, and it's just brilliant because for some reason you can't make it. Maybe you've got COVID or something like that. It's a great opportunity to watch it. What sort of response have you had?
It's been really good. We've had a lot of people watching through the internet, and some of them have actually decided to come down to the show as a result. So it's definitely doing its job in promoting the show a bit as well. So.
Well done you. I hope the management knows about that. They should be paying you.
They're definitely happy about that, yeah.
No, well, that's really good news. Great bit of marketing. Now, what's your interest in aviation yourself?
So really, what got me into the aviation kind of field was watching the Red Arrows back home in Portsmouth back in 2014. They did a display for a D-Day event, and ever since then really kind of got hooked. Went to air shows, plane spotting in general, just really got into it.
You've just prompted an interesting story, because one of the things you won't know is that I was the flying display director for that very event.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was awesome, wasn't it?
It was amazing.
We're just, go down a little rabbit hole for a couple of seconds, because I was on the top of the castle roof there during this, and behind me was the presidential landing site for Trump and Co. and all those Marine Ones, because there are several lookalike Marine Ones, and I was surrounded by snipers. It was the most extraordinary thing. I couldn't see any public at all. They were all miles away. And, of course, we had to close the harbour for that Red Arrows demonstration. And you can imagine how busy Portsmouth Harbour is. Absolutely extraordinary. And we do a very similar thing here. Now, you can see those boats out there. There's a few of them at the moment, but yesterday we had an awful lot. All right, we have to set up what's called a maritime exclusion zone to enable the display to go ahead. So we have a sanitised area. And the lifeboat that's coming in from the left-hand side now is part of that patrolling for us. The other thing it's going to do, interesting enough, we've got the Tigers parachute team. Now they're planning to land on the beach, but they might just end up in the sea. But that event, the D-Day anniversary event, multinational, I've never seen so many international world leaders in my life. It was an extraordinary event. So Portsmouth's home, but you've come all the way to Eastbourne.
We've come to Eastbourne, yeah. So we came Thursday morning, very early, set off about 5 o'clock to get here in time for the first display. Got all the equipment set up, and yeah, luckily it's gone very smoothly. Everything's gone quite well, and yeah, I've had family watching back home in Portsmouth, and they're enjoying it, and they're coming along in a couple of days. So.
Well, I mean, that's absolutely true. And you're doing that every day, or you're staying here?
So we're staying here, yeah. We're not travelling back every day. We're staying in a local hotel. So. Yeah,
now this equipment you're using, I mean, broadcast cameras are not cheap. Or have you managed to acquire them from somebody else?
So I managed to acquire them second-hand, some of them, good condition ones. But eBay is really a great place to find second-hand cameras like that.
Yeah, I can imagine the BBC is just giving stuff away these days. I wish. No, absolutely brilliant stuff. Now, are you going to produce a sort of highlights thing out of this and then maybe put it on the Airborne website perhaps after the show, or maybe tonight? I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. So every day we're going to be uploading some highlights from the day, and we're going to be sending all the videos over to Eastbourne Airshow as well, so they can also make highlights themselves if they want to. But on our own YouTube channel, we do highlights each day. So yesterday we put up the Red Arrows display, which was a great display, and a lot of people have been enjoying that as well.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to look out for that tonight. Okay, as well. Absolutely brilliant. We're just going to pause a bit now because the most important thing is to make sure that we're ready for the parachuting. So just give me a second to ensure that that is all being set up. We've got to get, of course, the safety parameters right, and I'll get back to you very shortly. Just hold your horses. We'll try and finish that conversation after the parachuting. Well, I see the boss of the Tigers already out there getting ready. He'll be doing a few safety checks first of all and checking in with the aircraft. I can't see any obstructions to the aircraft coming into the site today. That cloud that does exist isn't much of it and is pretty high as well. But just a reminder, we've got a really exciting day ahead. We've got our foreign visitor in many respects. We've got a Polish aircraft out of Norway, flown to England. I actually know the pilot really well because I was in Oslo just a couple of weeks back and was chatting to him about this super aircraft. It is, of course, the MiG-15 that I'm referring to. And that's a highlight newcomer of today. We've, of course, got the return of the Spitfire and Typhoon special event, a really interesting and not well publicised, apart from on the web, of course. The Typhoon appearing with the Spitfire straight after the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight section is a must watch especially if you're a photographic enthusiast. It's terrific. And then another special treat is going to be the Blades in formation with the Chinook when that eventually joins us later on this afternoon. So a really, really good day to be here. We hope you're going to enjoy it. Of course, all the other highlights will be coming to you during the course of the afternoon as well. And plenty on this evening. I mentioned the entertainment that I took party to last night in the with Pure Queen, but of course you can get to know all the restaurants and outlets around town, and of course their lovely pop-up park right in the centre of town is absolutely provided by one of our main sponsors, which is of course the Eastbourne Bid and the Chamber of Commerce. The sponsors are, of course, being featured throughout the day. Lead sponsor for this year is Posturite. and you may have dropped into the interviews with the managers of that business. Really, really good, but there's so many, it's extraordinary. But a particular thanks to the Eastbourne Hospitality Association for accommodating all the air display teams. It's been a real team effort this year to get Airborne 22 on the road after a 3-year break, and you are all part of that as well and can help by, of course, giving generously in the buckets. Well, I'm just looking across now. I'm just going to go offline for a second to check that we're ready to go, check with air traffic control. They're checking that the airspace is clear. We have, of course, got to work in close coordination with Gatwick, and then we'll certainly get some action in the air for you. Now, another gentle reminder just before we get action underway in the sky, of course, please hang on to all your belongings as well as keeping them safe. No kites, please, no balloons, and do hang on to everything else. We had one beach umbrella get airborne yesterday, so please be cautious with that as well. Anything in the air can, of course, be of danger to the aircraft. The same with the swimming. You'll see there's some small yellow buoys there. That's the limit of the swimming line. You're very welcome to go in and have a dip, but if you could remain close to the beach, that would help all of us as well, as the rest of the display area will be patrolled throughout the course of the afternoon. So enjoy yourselves, and again, once again, be aware the sun's still strong. Make sure you got look after the children with a hat, sunscreen, and plenty of fluids. Well, I hear the airwaves breaking into action behind me, which indicates that the first aircraft is going to enter our display area zone very shortly. So to tell you all about what is coming up next, would you please welcome Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney.
Afternoon, thank you very much, George. My name is Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney. I'm the Officer Commanding of the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. It is an absolute privilege to be here at Airborne Eastbourne and to day 3. The weather's looking great. We've got good wind, we've got high cloud, or in fact pretty much no cloud, which means we will be anticipating doing a high show, which would be fantastic to see. So the aircraft is on its way in. It's taken off from Shoreham, which is about 15 miles away, but obviously as aircraft know, as you all know, that it can travel pretty quick. So it'll be coming over the headlands pretty shortly, so if you look over to your right-hand side as you're looking out to sea, you should see the aircraft slowly approaching. So the aircraft today is a Cessna 208 fixed-wing Caravan operated by the Army Parachute Association, flown by the pilot, Ed. So he's a civilian pilot, it's a civilian organisation with ties to the Army. So just before we get into the main display, just a few safety features. The first one is that if one of the parachutists decides to miss the tee and then ends up heading towards you, then please do just calmly move to the side, left or the right. Let the highly trained and skilled individual land gently onto the ground, and then send him over to my direction with his tail between the legs, and he'll find himself on some extra duties afterwards. There will be smoke through this display as well, operated on the ground. On the ground I have Corporal Highland, Corporal Anthony Highland, over there giving a wave. He's also part of their team. And I also have Corporal Daniel Hurst as well, who's also operating the ground, giving a big wave there. So without the guys on the ground, this display wouldn't be happening, so we do need to have a little bit of ground control. They're doing their last checks of wind readings, making sure everything's all safe, and obviously making sure the ground is all clear. And thank you to all the stewards as well for clearing the beach. And obviously we do have some protection out to sea in case any of the guys do accidentally land in the water. We've got the the RNLI and the Coast Guard out there to help us recover the guys to bring them in, but that's not what we're hoping for. So, but a big thanks to them as well, because it's quite important to have these safety checks in place. So the team is currently the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team, and we are predominantly operated by the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment. So everybody here on the ground and also up in the sky are all serving soldiers and officers in the regular army and the Army Reserve, and joined the army to do soldiery stuff. And then by pure chance, opportunities came up, and then a lot of the guys jumped ship and then came across to the team. They'll spend about 3 to 4 years on the team, carrying out parachute demonstrations before they return back to the battalion. But we're also supported for this particular demo and tomorrow by another parachute display team, the RLC Silver Stars. So again, a team made up of regular and reserve soldiers who will be on the aircraft. There'll be 3 of them, slightly different jumpsuits, different coloured berets, but they're there just to give us a bit of support, because it's nice to work together with other teams. So if you look over to your right-hand side, looking out to the coast, you will see the aircraft is beginning to run in now. So the aircraft flying across, as I mentioned, Cessna 208 Caravan. It has a door cut in the side. So that's the pilot talking to the DZ for cleared Wadi Run. So they're going to throw out the jump master today, who's Sergeant Frank Millerick, is going to lean out the door and he's going to throw out 2 wind drift indicators. These are long streamers of tissue paper. And they're there to help the jump master and the pilot assess which spot to dispatch the team. So believe it or not, the aircraft's only at 1,000 feet and they can hear us. So in 3, 2, 1, let's give them a big cheer. So 3, 2, 1. So they're flying over now. I can't look at it, so I'm going to burn my retinas. And there goes the waddies. So these wind drift indicators are there to help the pilot and jump master assess the wind. They represent 2 parachutists coming down, and how they drift will tell the pilot and the jump master where is the best place to dispatch the team. So as they're going over, the plane will be circling above everybody. They'll be looking out the window, again watching with eagle eyes, seeing where these go, and then they start climbing to altitude. So with the clear skies we've got above us and the low winds, we're looking at a high show, so we'll be going up to 5,500 feet. So these wind drift indicators will land in the sea, but again, going with the green policy that we're trying to ensure across defence, as well as within this particular air show, they are just made out of tissue paper, so they'll dissolve pretty quickly. So please don't worry, they're not going to get stuck inside any dolphins. But if you can go and catch them and swim out and bring them back to the team, that'd be great, because they do cost a little bit, and every penny counts. So a bit more background about the team, why the aircraft climbs up to altitude. It's going to take a few minutes to get up there. Okay, it's only a prop plane, and it's got some very chunky parachutists on the back. The team was formed in 1986 as part of the Queen's Regiment. Originally it was called the Flying Dragons. And since then it's just gone from strength to strength to strength. Moved from being a regimental team in about 2018 to an army display team. And since then, we've become the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. We were known as the Tigers Freefall Team last time we displayed here, but now we're the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. We've been recognised for our excellence, professionalism, and a very good manner. So please, when the guys land, do come and chat to the guys. We'd love to talk to you, try on the equipment, try on the kit. We've got a bit of VR headsets, and we'll be doing a packing demonstration over in the Army Village, which is behind you, easily spotted by the big crane with the Army flag. So part of representing the British Army is a great honour that everybody treasures. We do go all over the UK, so although we are a regimental team, or originally a regimental team from the southeast, we are your county regiment. A lot of the team guys here are born and raised around Eastbourne, Brighton, Worthing, and over into Kent, Middlesex, and across the Hampshire. So we are your regiment. But now we get to represent the Army, which means we get to go all over the place. Earlier this year, we were in Denmark, and we jumped in front of the Queen of Denmark, who's also our Colonel-in-Chief. And we'll be jumping in front of her again later this year in September down into Portsmouth for the 30th anniversary of the Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment. We also get to jump in America to carry out defence engagement and across all of Europe. It is a pretty good team, and we'd love your support to make sure that our team continues. So if you do have any opportunity, please do get out your phones, take lots of pictures. We'd love to see your pictures. Please tag us in it. Follow us on Instagram, Twitter, all the social media channels, and it'd be great to see what you produce. If you like seeing what we're about to do, then again, follow us on social media, and if you happen to be travelling in the Wiltshire direction, you can come and do a jump with the team. You've got to be 16 or over with parental consent. You can be strapped to one of our friends, one of our team members. So Corporal Anthony Highland there, who's looking up at the sky, he's going to be one of our tandem instructors. Our other two tandem instructors are on the plane. You'll be strapped to the front of him with his big grin and thrown out at like 13,500 feet, and then come in for the landing. And also the Army Parachute Association, who are operating the aircraft, they do run parachute courses. So if you want to learn to do it yourself, we can facilitate that if you're a serving soldier. If not, then the Army Parachute Association also does it for anybody.
It's a small area too.
I've completely lost sight of the aircraft, so if anyone can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, seen. So it's still climbing up to altitude. So what we're anticipating now will be a high show. So for a high show, we'll have two groups. So the aircraft will do two passes. So the first pass will be a free fall group, where you would see 5 canopies opening up, and the second pass will be a crew group. So the free fall group is where they get out, they plummet to earth incredibly quick, and then they open quite low, and then they come in setting a landing pattern with flags and smoke. The crew group, on the other hand, is canopy relative work, so CRW. So as a novice parachutist, you're always told never fly near anybody else under canopy, because you could end up in a wrap, and that's not very pleasant. However, these guys are specifically trained, highly experienced, and they deliberately fly their canopies into each other, form stacks, create patterns, and then downplane them, where they point the nose of the canopy to the earth, which accelerates them under canopy, and they get to stream towards the ground. So here's the aircraft flying over now. About 5,500 feet. We're going to do another cheer to encourage them to get out. They might be a little bit nervous. And here they go. We missed a cheer. I was looking for smoke. So you got 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. So that's the free fall group out. You'll notice they jumped out upwind. Unlike everything else you're going to see at this air show, we are the only people, apart from the aircraft, that doesn't have an engine. So we are very, very resistant, or we have to jump out upwind. So that's all parachutists out now, so you've got the free fall group drop down early. So you'll notice the different canopies. So the blue canopies, that is the Tigers team. and the striped canopies, that is the RLC Silver Stars, who are on our jump today as guests. So in the free fall group, you've got Jacko, who's coming down. He's just deployed the uni flag. So that's a uni flag down, 200 square foot weighted flag. He's going to be leading the jump in. So that's Private Jacob Jackson, quite new to the team, very new to the Army. Incredibly gifted and experienced parachutist with great wing loading. Behind him, you'll have Sergeant Major to WO2 Paul Gibbs, who's deployed the TSA flag slightly above, so he's part of the RLC Silver Stars. So he's going to be following Private Jacob Jackson into the running order. You then have Sergeant Nathan Lolwington. He is also part of the RLC Silver Stars, who will be coming in third, followed by camera, Private Gibbo Gibson, who is then also operating the camera flying in. Here comes Private Jacob Jackson. Let's all give him a big cheer. Hey, and here comes WO2 Paul Gibbs with the TSA flag, followed by Sergeant Nathan Lolwington. And here we come with Gibbo coming in, who's filming it on the camera helmet. And you have Corporal Eddie Rudd from the 1st Fusiliers with the Union flag, who's strapped to his back. Now, if I could redirect you, if you look straight up, ignore the guys landing, you'll see some more. Look directly up, you will see the crew group who have linked, transitioned, and going into a downplane now. So please, everyone, look up. So this is the big trick. So you've got the crew group, who's Sergeant Frank Millerick leading it. You've got Private Ryan Clark and Private Matthew Botry either side, and they deployed the Army flag. And there's the split. And above you, you've got Private Will Sims, who's flying camera. So Sergeant Frank Millerick is swirling around now with a 200 square foot Army flag. He is the team leader, the most experienced jumper we've got at the moment. So quite a few thousand jumps. Very skilled, followed very hotly by Private Ryan Clark and Private Matthew Botry. Landing nice and safely. And last but no means least, got Private Will Sims. Who's doing his last setup as he comes down. Flying proudly the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment flag. Okay, that is the team all safely down. So give huge thanks out to the RSL Silver Stars for joining us in this demo. Please do take lots of pictures, share them with us. We love to see them, and we will also share them onwards. So do look us up on social medias. You've got the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team, and also the RLC Silver Stars. We also love very much some of your contributions and some of your love as well. And a big thanks to the guys on the ground, all the stewards and everyone supporting us. The RNLI and the Coast Guard out to sea, just in case any of us missed, which none of us did. So after this, we're going to move to the Army Village, do a packing demonstration, and we're brilliant to see you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed. It's Captain Oliver Sword Gurney there leading us through that. What a brilliant, brilliant display of some really expert precision parachuting. Really exciting, that tribal-side drop. They were plummeting to earth. I thought they were all stuck together for 1 minute. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. But anyway, hope you're enjoying the start of this. We have got so much action for you coming up in the next few hours. You're just going to love it. So, you know, hope you're settled. It's got all you need. Don't forget those programs, will you? Just £6. Got all the detail you need to help you enjoy the rest of the day. And please give generously if you see the red t-shirted bucket collectors going around the site as well. Well, I'm keen to know, I was talking to Luke Tufts just before the parachutist there, and we're talking about his new online venture called Aeroview. I'm going to say, first of all, a huge welcome to everybody watching and listening online. Luke, give me an idea. Have we got many people online at the moment?
Yeah, we've got around 1,000 people watching online at the moment. or enjoying the Tigers and your commentary.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. I mean, yeah, it's a fan base. Do we know, can you work out the demographic? Have we got anybody from overseas watching?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had quite a few people saying they're watching from New Zealand, Canada, America, and they're all really enjoying it. Obviously, the time difference is quite different there, so it may be their evening, it may be their early morning. So
well, they must be insomniacs, mustn't they? I mean, no way it's the middle of the night. Or they're probably having late night barbies, knowing that lot on the other side of the world. But hey, it's really, really, really good of you all to join us. It's fantastic. So this sounds like it's literally taking off. Where's it going to go?
Hopefully much bigger, yeah. Hopefully we can start doing a lot more shows around the country. I mean, so this year we've only done 2. We only did Torbay and Eastbourne, but there's plenty of shows we can do from next year. It's just really putting everything into place, planning all of the shows and getting the time to get there and stuff. But we're definitely, on the right track to doing a lot more shows. Okay,
and just before you go then, tell everybody where they can go and watch the highlights tonight.
Yeah, so you can find us on YouTube. It's Aeroview TV, or you can find it on our website, which is aeroview.tv.
You heard it from the master. That was Luke Tufts. Thanks very much for joining us. And, well, good luck with that venture.
Thank you.
Turnout, and I'm absolutely delighted that the sun is shining, and also delighted at what an outstanding itinerary we have lined up for you today. Next up, in a few minutes' time, we're going to have the first of our warbirds coming our way, the P-51 Mustang, supplied by Alistair Williams, Steg, as he's known to his mates, who works at Rolls-Royce. We were hoping it was going to be a pair with the Spitfire, but sadly that's gone US. But nonetheless, it's a great start to our sort of warbird. Of course, one thing I forgot to mention earlier on, there is a special tribute warbird with John Romain's Spitfire coming up in about sort of half an hour, 45 minutes or so. And a lovely, lovely backstory to Airborne behind the appearance of that particular aircraft. But of course, all the favourites in the middle of the day, all heading your way. Just waiting now, we're getting prep done. As I say, there's always a lot of changeover work going on. People in and out here all day long, and we'll do our best to keep you up to speed. Get that program, by the way, just £6, lots of detail in there, tell you everything you need to know. And keep the sunscreen and the fluids going. Use your refill bottles where you can, please, of course. And don't forget, recycle your rubbish sensibly. Thank you. first. Well, ladies and gentlemen, nothing to be alarmed about there. We're just doing a few tests on the PA system, and my colleague here will, I no doubt, bring the rest of the action up on me, but he's not. Oh, I think we're just continuing a test as we speak at the moment. Well, let's crack on with a few more highlights. And of course, during the course of the afternoon, you want to know what to do in and out of the air show time. Well, the main focus, of course, is to keep this show going. So our top themes of donate, buy a program, and become an airborne supporter. All absolutely essential things. But of course, during the course of the day, please make good use of all the facilities and interests that are available on the Western Lawns and up and down this seafront area. There's a fabulous Royal Air Force and Army exhibition on the Western Lawns. That's going to stay open until 6:15. You can see the world's first certificated electric aircraft, a fascinating machine, and train on it. You can book actually flying instructions with that organisation now. Just asked to speak to Deepak around there. The Chinook, of course, the plastic one, but it's a brilliant facsimile, is on the lawn, and you can try out some Royal Air Force cooking, as well as a flight simulator and some virtual reality work with the Army as well. There's also, of course, the simulators, the big wheel, the play zones, and so much more on there. But do say hi to the airbase. The kids will just love that. Meet the airbase and Amy on the Western Lawn. Get a photo and a bear hug and some stickers and lots of other things. And the sales, the merchandise, I must plug, it's absolutely superb. Some brilliant T-shirts, beach towels, all sorts of things there, and lots of little things for the kids to pick up as well. Go to the information stand, and that, of course, speaks for itself. If you're not sure what to do or where to go, then go to the information stand for that. So those of you who've parked, I urge you not to rush away this evening. The weather's going to be great. But if you're in 5 Acre Field, the last bus will depart Hartington Place at 6:40 this evening. But for everybody else who doesn't have to do that, and of course chill out in the rest of the town, absolutely lovely atmosphere pervading the town last night. And we hope that you'll stick around and do that. Well, I just need to double check with my friends upstairs to check the next aircraft is on time. Well, I'm expecting to see the next aircraft literally in the next minute or so. We're just listening out on the airwaves, and it's an absolutely wonderful beast, one of my favourite warbirds of all time, because we're going to see a P-51 Mustang. Checking the skies. Of course, boys and girls, you can all always help me out, so by jumping up and down and giving a wave and pointing to where it's coming from. It's always good fun to spot where they are, but of course it's good rehearsal also for you connecting with all the pilots as well. Very often they get a chance to peek out of the cockpit and take a cross look at the beach and see everybody, and we encourage you throughout the day to give them all a good wave and a cheer as well as they go by. Well, should be with us in just a very short while. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, from the left, please welcome Alistair Williams in the P-51D Mustang. Yes, what you're looking at now is one of the most successful long-range fighter escorts of World War II. An absolutely wonderful machine. Looks like it's ready for business, and it certainly delivered it when was required in the latter stages of the Second World War. Wasn't a great success at first. It was designed for the British in just 120 days to meet their requirement to purchase more fighters. The first Mustangs were actually built with Allison engines, and whilst remarkable at low altitudes, these variants were considered rather underpowered and disappointing at higher altitudes. Roaring into the sky, distinctive shape, and of course that wonderful little screechy howl as well, which is all coming from the gun ports on the wings. But once in 1942 that a resolution to the dissatisfaction was found, this aircraft was transformed when in the UK, yes, you can guess, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines were tested in place of the Allison. And it was the same engine, of course, used in the Spitfire, and they eventually became produced in the USA, licensed built by Packard, and you'll often hear the reference to the Packard Merlins. Once installed in the Bs and C models, the near-perfect marriage of engine and platform made it into what you see here today, the 1944 P-51D Mustang. The mission of Rolls-Royce, you may wonder why they're doing and what they're doing this. Of course, well, it's got a Rolls-Royce engine in it for a start, but it is to inspire, educate and promote aviation heritage through the operation and demonstration of rare and historically accurate aircraft, engines and artifacts. They aim to showcase historic design and engineering excellence whilst describing the pathway to modern technology and sustainability through STEAM. That is STEM with an A, of course, science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics, but also adding media, visits and other promotional activity. All in all, they try to tell the story of and commemorate those who fought for their country. The P-51D's range was an incredible 2,000 miles, thanks to its huge fuel capacity of 1,000 litres internally and another 850 litres in drop tanks. Equally impressive was a maximum level speed of 437 miles an hour at 25,000 feet and a dive speed of 500 miles an hour with a service ceiling right up to nearly 42,000 feet. A truly impressive machine. This particular aircraft was constructed at the famous North American aviation production line in Inglewood in California in mid-1944. Delivered to the United States Army Air Force in July 1945. Didn't actually make it into combat during World War II, but spent most of his active service life in various units in the USA before being delivered to the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1951. The aircraft went on to serve with number 403 Squadron, City of Calgary, until April 1959, when it was eventually retired. Rolls-Royce had already successfully renovated and taken control of their Griffon-powered Mark 19 Spitfire, which we were hoping to see today. And it was decided that to ensure that they had a proper heritage flight, they included the Mustang as a perfect fit, given its global appeal and celebrating a historic and ongoing relationship between Rolls-Royce and the United States Air Force. Originally flown under the guise of the Shark by Sean Patrick, it was acquired by Rolls-Royce. and emerged now in the colours of Colonel Donald Blakesley, the legendary commanding officer of the 4th Fighter Group, the Debden Eagles. Lovely topside pass there. Steg will be giving you a little look down from his cockpit there, so again, when he does that, do give him a wave, won't you? He joined the Army straight from school and trained as an anti-tank helicopter pilot, serving a couple of operational tours as an instructor, also at Middlewallop, during which time he flew 2 seasons with the Blue Eagles helicopter display team, and that's something I used to manage myself and had great fun with those guys. He's been working with the Rolls-Royce Flight Operations team now since 2016 and joined them full-time just back in 2020. Got a great day job. He flies the company Gulfstream and then also manages the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight, flying the Harvard and the Mustang throughout the display season. After its restoration, the accuracy of the representing Blakesley's wartime mount Whiskey Delta Charlie is pretty accurate, to say the least, and to fine detail. And it's known as Warhorse. That's a nod to the Mustang's namesake and Blakesley's radio call sign, Horseback Leader. The aircraft now operates from a dedicated hangar at East Midlands Airport near the main Rolls-Royce site in Derby, housed alongside the marvellous Mark 19 Spitfire and their Harvard Mark 2B. And Alistair's just called up to say he's about to make his final pass, so you know what to do, boys and girls, mums and dads. If you've been with us for a couple of days, you've got your waving arms already exercised. But if you haven't got the arms, pick up what you can. Hats, coats, umbrellas. Oh, I think he's going to do a little break right in front of us and then climb out. Fantastic stuff. I thought we were going into a zoom climb there for a moment. Typhoon style. It's just the most spectacular sight, and you really have picked a great day to be with us. All that low cloud dissipated, and just the perfect day. All these guys, and particularly these warbirds, all big smiles on their face. Of course, takes a fair bit of training as well. And you hear Steg in the background there, just confirming this one will be his final pass, so now's the time to give him a huge wave. He'll take a quick peek out of his canopy, then I suspect put in a little victory roll as he departs back to Lydd this afternoon. It's where he pre-based himself. You'll be watching Alistair Williams flying the Rolls-Royce Heritage Mustang P-51 D, and what a splendid display that's been. Give him a huge wave. Well flown. Terrific stuff, thanks Steg. And as I guessed, looking at you all upside down. Well, barely chance to catch up on ourselves now. We've got this show really rocking and rolling on the road, and as I mentioned, it's a really eclectic one today as well, ranging from the fast jets to the rare first generation jets, warbirds, memorials, commemorations, all to come during the course of the afternoon, and of course concluding with our national aerobatic team, from the Royal Air Force, the Red Arrows. All of that. Do please keep hold of all your belongings, won't you, during the course of the day. If you see any security issues or any concerns, please stop one of the stewards. And do give generously as soon as you can. Red T-shirted bucket collectors around the site, all helping to keep the airborne concept on the road for many, many years to come. Well, we're going to change genre a little bit now and go into the training world, featuring an aircraft that was synonymous with the elementary flying training schools of all three services, actually around about a decade or so ago. And it's a super little aircraft, but it's flown by a fairly legendary individual by the name of Rod Dean, a man I know well myself, now in his most extraordinarily 50th display year. And alongside me I have his son, Duncan, himself a Royal Air Force pilot, and just about to start a new role with the Blades. Duncan, good afternoon.
Afternoon, George. Thanks for having me.
Lovely to see you. I mean, this, for me, is a first. I've had fathers talking about their sons on air, but I know your brother, you said, had done this before, but this is a first at Eastbourne where we've had a son actually commentating on his father. It's obviously in your blood as well.
Well, yeah, definitely. But this is a first for me. This is the first time I've actually had to talk about the old man doing his display. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure you were even around. You can't have been around. You look far too young. I mean, his first display was at the very first international. Well, it's not his first display, but his first notable display.
Yes, so he has reminded me that he won the Dacre Trophy 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And has been displaying ever since. So he displayed Hunter and Jaguar in the Air Force, and then into the civvy world displayed Hunter, and then into pretty much every type of vintage aircraft you can imagine. So he's been flying everything from Hunters, Sabres, all the way through to Spitfires, Mustangs, Corsair, Bearcat. The list is endless.
He's had a most gifted and wonderful life, hasn't he, in aviation?
Yes, yeah.
He really
but
has.
He's a true addict. He can't help himself.
We're going to talk about... Here he is. Right, over to you. Tell us what's going on in this aircraft.
Yeah, so he's flying the T-67 Mark II, which is a 160 horsepower light, fully aerobatic aircraft built by Slingsby, who used to be based in Yorkshire. And this was an aeroplane that was used for elementary flying training for about a decade, until about the mid-2000s. It's a lovely little aeroplane to fly. I've actually flown it a couple of times. Very nice balance controls, great view out, and just one of those nice ones to go and turn yourself upside down in, as Dad is doing right now. You'll see he's starting quite high because this is actually one of the lower powered aircraft, so it's only got 160 horsepower. So to maintain energy for all his aerobatics, he's going to work his way down, but it'll get down to a base height of about 200 feet. And as I say, we were talking about it, Dad has been displaying for 50 years, and we sat down and tried to work out how many types of aircraft he'd flown, and we gave up counting at 120.
Wow. Now, tell me, one of the things I always talk about when he starts this display is energy management. Explain how he actually puts this display together in this particular aircraft.
Right, so as we talked about, this is... when you're a fighter pilot or any kind of high-performance pilot, it's all about energy management. And as pilots, we consider two types of energy, really. So kinetic, which means how fast you're going, or potential, which is how high you are and how you can convert the two. So the way that he starts his show is a little bit higher, so that he can dive down to high speed and convert that potential energy into kinetic, and that allows him to do these maneuvers and get the climbs and the stall turns and everything else that's part of his display.
Now, apart from that, of course, the extra thing is the G management to a certain extent,
yes.
Is it not? So explain a bit about G and how it's different in a jet to flying this aircraft.
Yeah, so most modern fighters have a lot of excess power, so you can pull G, and when you pull G, it means you're turning tighter, it means the wings are producing more lift, and along with that comes a lot more drag. So if you don't have a lot of thrust to overcome that drag, the aeroplane will slow down, and that is the problem with something like this, which is not as overpowered as a modern jet fighter. So you have to manage the G and the turning, as well as your height management, to keep the energy, and it's kind of keeping momentum effectively, to keep, if you put it simply. And that's how you manage it. And it's something that you learn when you start elementary flying training. You know, the majority of probably frontline pilots now started their flying training on something like the T-67 or the Grob. And you learn energy management from a very early age, and it's something that you take with you throughout your whole flying career.
Yeah, I certainly had a good few hours on these. They're absolutely delightful. Although I'm a second-generation jet provost man, as you probably are a Tucano man, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you might be.
So I was Bulldogs, Tucanos, and then Hawks. Yeah.
And Hawks. And what other front line service?
Tornado, and then I was lucky enough to get selected for an exchange tour with the Danish Air Force. So I flew F-16s for 3 years.
Oh, what do you joy. What fun that must have been. What a shame we haven't got the F-16 here this year.
Crowd favourite.
Yeah. I just an amazing machine. Anyway, let's get back to the sort of manoeuvres he's doing. How is he? Explain when he's going into the next loop or barrel.
Yeah,
or
so
how it works.
Yeah, so you can see he's doing a wing over now. So he's getting down towards base height. That wing over is an energy gaining manoeuvre, so he can gain some height, and now you can see the aircraft is accelerating, and he's probably pulling up into what looks like it's going to be a barrel roll next, I think. And it's a really nice big barrel roll because there's lots of energy. And in fact, oh no, he's into a loop.
I'm always talking at the top of the loop here. The actual pilot needs to look behind him, doesn't he? Because it's important to get the spatial awareness of where the horizon is.
So the initial pull up for the loop, you're looking to keep the wings level, but obviously on a day like today where he's actually got quite a strong wind as well, he's making minor corrections in the vertical to make sure that he stays on the crowd line and that the aircraft is lined up. And then as he pulls over the top, you'll be looking back over the top to see the horizon, make sure that, again, you're pulling wings level through the top and then lining the aircraft up as you come nose down through the vertical.
And what about the colour scheme?
So the colour scheme, most RAF training aircraft are actually coloured black because that's the highest conspicuity colour and it makes them much easier to see. But unfortunately this is a composite aeroplane, and if you park a black painted composite aeroplane out in the sun all day, it doesn't like that and it can do some structural damage. So the compromise was made with composite training aircraft to paint them a combination of black on the underside, where it obviously doesn't get much sun, so it doesn't get too hot, and then yellow on the top, where it's slightly more reflective and less heat absorbent. Yeah,
but funnily enough, in the car business, I'm told that yellow is the best conspicuity for the roads.
Really?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So the other thing I must do, otherwise I will be in lots of trouble when I get home, is I need to tell everybody that Dad has written a book. I don't know if you've heard of this.
I have actually, yes. And I'm well impressed. And I think on the front cover is the picture of him next to a Hunter, having won the award in 1972.
So there's one picture of him flying a Stearman, which is another airplane he used to display.
Right.
And it's called 50 Years of Flying Fun, and it's pretty appropriate because it's his 50th year of displaying. And if you're lucky, you can pick one of the rare unsigned ones up. But they're available on Amazon, and he's got great reviews. So he told me I had to get a plug-in for his book. But it is actually it's a very well-read and funny book to read if anybody's interested in that kind of aviation.
I think certainly we all are. I think it'd be a good read anyway. I mean, he's extremely well-known. He's great fun still. He's got the mind of a teenager.
Yeah.
And I don't know how, he could go on for another decade, I think.
Yeah. He's happiest airborne.
Yeah.
I remember his 60th birthday. We organised a family day out to go and watch the Liverpool Philharmonic, and 2 days before he got offered to fly a Hurricane at the concert. So the whole family actually just watched my dad do a display in a Hurricane. That was his birthday present to himself.
Oh, how wonderful is that?
That's how it's always been. He loves flying and he can't stop himself doing it.
Oh, that's great. So coming in this time for slow, he's got flap down. What's he trying to demonstrate here?
Yeah, so now we're at the end, towards the end of the show, and obviously as we spoke about, he's kind of used all that potential energy up. So there's not much energy in this type of aeroplane left for doing the high energy aerobatics. So it's just demonstrating the slow speed handling of the Slingsby and a nice slow fly past. And it's a really good opportunity for everybody out there to please give him a wave, because you'll absolutely make his day.
And actually, that does seem very slow, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the airplane has got very, very benign low-speed handling characteristics, very nice stall, very good control. So it's a great training airplane, and that's why lots of the ex-military aircraft are now used by lots of aerobatic schools in the UK. So I know there's a few based around on the south coast for doing aerobatic training and upset training, which is teaching pilots who've never been in a spin or anything like that how to recover from those things, which is obviously very, very important for all pilots.
So this must be his final fly past. And if you missed the wave on the first time, Rod Dean, an absolute legend of UK aviation, a really fun guy, and always absorbed by it all, here entertaining you yet again in his 50th display season. Boys and girls, mums and dads, give Rod Dean a massive Eastbourne. Oh, he's not quite finished yet. He says he's going to reposition and fly east to west. I just caught that on the radio. So he's manoeuvring now here, coming towards you, down towards the pier end of the display line, and then he's going to disappear off to the western side.
You're lucky.
Okay.
You're lucky you have another item after him, otherwise he'd probably display for you all day if you could.
Yeah. Well, we're loving it too, and I hope you are down on the beach. So this is it. This is now Rod Dean. Farewell. Always giving a little, and the wind waggle. Boys and girls, mums and dads, give him a huge send-off. A really, really top guy, and a real pleasure to have him here as well. Enjoying every moment of that. and a brilliant first. Now, I reckon he'll be critiquing your commentary, Duncan, so no doubt prepare to get your hand slapped when you get back in touch on the phone later.
I'm always ready for the banter.
Great, well, it's been a real pleasure having you join us as
thanks
well.
for having me.
Yeah,
and,
no.
Enjoy the blades later.
Yeah, we will do. And
Excellent.
the lovely Louise will be coming in to talk to us about that. Marvellous. Well, that was Duncan Dean there signing off. During the course of the afternoon, we're going to fire things up in lots of different ways, of course. But right now, we're going to go back in time a little bit to the Cold War. That's just going to take us. You may have just picked up that call there. He's saying it's quite bumpy up in the sky today, and that's because the wind, when it's coming off that direction, comes over the top of Beachy Head, and it puts a sort of curling wind all the way down the seafront at about 200 feet. And of course, that is exactly the band that many of the aircraft actually do their displays in, between 2 and around sort of, say, 1,000 feet. It gets very bumpy, and you see that wind curling over on the sea as well. But nonetheless, doesn't bother us. We're having a lovely day out here on the beach and enjoying every bit of it. Just a reminder, of course, safety and security and also the environment. Please keep hold of all your belongings and your rubbish. Dispose of it all separately or take it away with you. Facilities being provided around the site especially for you. And also, of course, look after those kids and yourselves. Drink plenty of fluids. Use your refillable receptacles where you can, please, just to avoid even more. So now, the great news is I hear the next aircraft already checking in. And I just love this because it's a very moody, very interesting aircraft. Takes you right back into the 50s. Fascinating beast. And just wait until you see this next one. We're going to cast our minds back now to the Cold War. Going to touch on the Korean War and looking at the other side of the fence. What was over the horizon to the Allied forces involved in those days. It's a little thing, but it's very menacing. It's a Mikoyan Gurevich MiG-15. Brought across from Norway by Ken Argvila, an absolutely outstanding enthusiast for British air displays and a really top guy. Keep your eyes peeled. Here he comes. Look at that. What an absolutely awesome sight, taking you back to almost those sort of Dan Dare style cartoons and things when the most extraordinary machines were thought to have invented. This codenamed Faggot by NATO, a jet fighter developed by the Mikoyan Gurevich Company, a partnership of two talented designers in the Soviet Union. One of the first successful swept-wing jet fighters achieving fame in the skies over Korea. During that war, it outclassed all straight-wing enemy fighters in most applications. Brought to us, as I mentioned, by Ken Argvila from the organisation he set up called the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. It's a non-profit organisation dedicated to keeping unique aircraft where they belong in the air. Some may remember the vampires that he regularly brought across the North Sea to entertain us. Often flying in formation with other aircraft, and based at Riga Air Base just south of Oslo. And a huge enthusiast, obviously himself started flying very young, like so many of our modern display pilots. This aircraft produced in phenomenal numbers. Probably one of the most widely produced jet aircraft ever made. Well in excess of 12,000 were made in the Soviet Union itself. Another 6,000 produced under production in Poland. And that is where this aircraft originates from. Often mentioned in collaboration against the North American F-86 Sabre, and one of the two best fighter aircraft. And this aircraft and its recent refurbished tells quite a story. If you've seen this before, then you may be aware that it used to fly in the colors of a well-known Russian astronaut, Yuri Gagarin, as Red 15. Well, over the course of the COVID period and the rest of the ensuing time when we weren't running a great deal of air shows, then of course it was an opportunity for Ken to reinvent this particular aircraft, and it's now in the color scheme of a United States Air Force MiG-15 marked Tango Charlie 616. It was a captured MiG from the Korean War. And it was quite an extraordinary story as well. On the morning of 21st of September, in 1953, a Lieutenant No Kum Sok flew his Mikhail Gurovich MiG-16 from Sunan, just south of Pyongyang, to Kimpo Air Base in South Korea. Just a short journey of 17 minutes. And you can imagine how stunned the people must have been, and all the air crew, having watch this aircraft, an enemy aircraft, fly into your very own airfield in South Korea, having defected with this aircraft, and then he sought political asylum in the United States. He wasn't even chased on that short journey as he flew south, nor interdicted by any American air forces. Landed on the wrong runway at Kimpo Air Force Base, almost hitting an F-86, at the same time landing in the opposite direction. But the aircraft was surrendered, taken to Okinawa, the major US base of course, where it was given additional US AF markings and test flown and evaluated by one of the most well-known American test pilots, Major Chuck Yeager. What it then, of course, gave them the opportunity to do was to evaluate this amazing aircraft against that of an F-86. And of course, Chuck Yeager eventually came out and reckons that flying this one of the most demanding situations he'd ever face. But they nonetheless gave the machine great credit. And of course, Chuck himself was involved in the early phases of the very same space race that was going on at the time of Yuri Gagarin. Why do the Norwegian Air Force Historical Flight have one of these? Well, it's essentially because, of course, they shared the border with Russia up in the northern regions, and encounters between the Royal Norwegian Air Force and Soviet aircraft during the Cold War were frequent, including the MiG-15. And Ken felt this was a very suitable and appropriate addition to the fleet of his own historical squadron. being a first generation aircraft, it was, of course, it doesn't have all the aerodynamics, power and G suppression that we have in modern aircraft, so using up significantly more sky, powered by a Klimov VK centrifugal flow turbojet, just producing 6,000 pounds of thrust. Itself a development from stolen British technology with the Neen engine, which the Russians had acquired. Very sadly, Ken already calling up for his final fly past here. And you know what to do. He'll be going past a little bit quicker than Rod Dean did, but nonetheless, do give him a wave and a shout. He's an absolutely wonderful fellow, really amenable, big, lovely, cuddly teddy bear of a guy, and just loves coming across to UK, displaying his aircraft. Ken Arkvila in the MiG-15. Well, in just a few minutes' time, we're going to get another very special treat indeed, because it's a very poignant moment for Airborne this afternoon. And we're going to have the pleasure of seeing a solo Spitfire brought to us by a well-known individual, John Romain, who's flown across from Duxford. And we're just keeping an eye out on the airwaves now to pick him up and bring him in to have a very great moment. There's nothing special. We're going to see another Spitfire later, of course, with the Battle Brit Memorial Flight, but there's something always very poignant, I think, about having a solo Spitfire in the sky, an opportunity to commemorate, memorialize, of course, and particularly in this part of the world where so much angst, so much bravery and courage was shown with pilots flying backwards and forwards across the English Channel. I think I just hear the airwaves crackling into light, and this individual has done a huge amount for aviation in UK, particularly in the warbird community, but also for Airborne, a very popular act and display pilot. Coming in now from the right-hand side, please welcome this marvellous Mark 11 NHS Spitfire. John has long been a favourite of event goes over the years. He primarily based and displaying at the International War Museum at Duxford. But a lot of other strings to his bow, runs an amazing restoration company and of course does a lot of maintenance work, but also performs himself flying aircraft with film and other charity work. Very notably, residents may remember his NHS Spitfire initiative, seeing this blue Spitfire Mark 11 Papa Lima 983 fly around East Anglia during the Clap for Carers initiative. And it wasn't long before the initiative took hold and a national flight plan soon saw the Spitfire crossing the country raising money. He's He's also well known for having contributed a huge amount of flying hours and dedication to the film Dunkirk, and most recently to the latest James Bond outing of No Time to Die. Well, why is he here? Why is this so special? Well, he was the natural choice of a Seaford resident, Anne Clark, wanted to commemorate her husband, Clive Lambert Beeson, following his sad death last year in 2021. And I know that there will be many people here today who knew Clive and the work that Anne and Clive had done supporting the Eastbourne Airshow for many, many years through their work during the event. And Clive was a true favourite amongst all the air display teams. Clive was a driver for both the Eastbourne Airshow and the annual tennis tournament here for nearly 20 years, and was so proud to meet all the pilots, having completed his own national service in the Royal Air Force. If that wasn't enough, he was also a rowing World Masters gold medalist and had spent most of his national service rowing for the Royal Air Force as well. Clive won his last gold medal in Adelaide in 1997 when he was nearly 60, after which he moved to the south coast to be with Anne and took up golf instead. And this flight is very kindly sponsored today by his wife Anne and her very good friend Jane Howard, who herself is so well known to the air display community and remains a friend of many today. We salute you. The aircraft itself is just one of 2 Mark 11s remaining in airworthy condition, specifically designed to perform at high altitude in long-distance photographic operations, designated a PR-11 Photo Recce. One of the most famous exploits this aircraft had was to take the initial images following the dam busters raid to prove what extent the dams had been breached. Armament was removed from it in place of extra fuel tanks to allow for a significantly increased range, and as such the only defences the 11 had were height and speed. Whilst the PR-11 could avoid most enemy fire at operating height, it was by no means an easy job for the pilots, who suffered from extreme conditions in the unpressurized cockpits. John, a painless restorer of aircraft, and no exception here as well, having changed the windscreen on this and also fitted the original factory's engine. The Rolls-Royce Merlin 70 was tracked down, overhauled and refitted to this aircraft, flying again just a few years ago. And of course it was the test flight required for this that he took the opportunity not just to add the key NHS thank you underneath, but also the addition of Lettice Curtis's distinctive signature in tribute to her time as an ATA pilot during the course of the war. The painting of those words went way further than just the clap for carers, because, of course, as the word spread, the NHS themselves wanted to have direct contact to voice their support of the idea, and the fuselage itself began to be adorned with the names of those nominated by their loved ones in return for a donation. The tail feathers of this NHS Spitfire then were soon a sea of names, and the project raised over £120,000 for the NHS charities together. John flew this aircraft as a symbol of hope over some 255 hospitals throughout England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland to spread the aircraft's message of thanks to those it represented. And in similar vein, we now remember Clive Lambert Beeson, the support of his wife, and the support that he gave to Airborne and the longevity of the Eastbourne Airshow. And here, with a topside pass to bid you farewell, we salute the Spitfire, John, Anne and Clive in particular, for the sterling work that they've all done in supporting what we do here. A memorable moment, an appropriate commemoration, and with additional thanks to Jane Howard, herself a staunch supporter of all things aviation in and around Eastbourne. Well, thank you all for your attention and support. John, I thought, was leaving us there. I could hear him chatting, but giving us yet another fly past, an absolutely magnificent sight. So he departs now off into the wild blue yonder, as so many of his forebears did, particularly in this region, and there are many commemorations in the hinterland behind us and many crash sites, and worth a read if you get an opportunity to research the daring do and the phenomenal contribution that they all made. But Clive, we will remember you. We're just waiting now for the next act to get his line. We'll clear the airways, of course, for the aircraft to appear. And this, coming up shortly, one of the most popular acts around the UK seashores, the Aerobatic Wingwalkers from Aerosuperbatics. Keep your eyes peeled. I think I see them over on the right-hand side above Beachy Head. Magnificent sight, and this easily one of the most entertaining acts on the market. Really outstanding opportunity for you to get involved. They are, of course, the magnificent men, and keep an eye on the top of those wings, because there the Daredevil girls will be riding through the entire flight upside down, inside out, on the leading edges, with winds up to around about 150 miles an hour. An exceptional display by exceptional pilots and, of course, the girls on top. Please welcome the Aerosuperbatic Wingwalkers, the magnificent men in their flying machines. Yes, they go up, up, they go down, 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 they go inside out, and with this wonderful smoke trail and these beautiful aircraft, you can't fail to be moved by the entertainment, the image, and of course the history of the entire barnstorming world. Taking us back into yesteryear, this whole thing really much, or the genre that we're seeing here in front of us, very much the end of the First World War. An extraordinary chap by the name of Ormer Locklear was pretty much the inspiration, a chap who had once gone out onto his wing whilst flying it to fix a technical problem, got back in, and then, of course, continued. So most other people would have just landed and fixed it. But it was an opportunity with so many spare aircraft and, of course, a lot of pilots out of work and not a lot to do, and an opportunity to use all those aircraft for entertainment, to make the most of it. Barnstorming and wing walking really took off when he got together with the extraordinary but a very apt named Ethel Dare. And they worked as a partnership for some time. But look now as they come through in formation and the girls lying on their sides. They swivel around on those harnesses, can't communicate. They choreograph their moves together just as the pilots do with the aircraft, without any words spoken whatsoever. So just look at the positions those girls are under now. This is Emma and Kirsten here having the time of their lives with these gaily coloured aircraft, and top pilots Nuji running there behind Dave Barrell, who is the chief pilot and lead display pilot for the team, and just outstanding. These aircraft, Stearman's, developed back in the late 20s, early 30s really. They started coming good as a training requirement for the US Air Force and US Army pilots. A really strong, robust airframe, but these are slightly more adapted in that they've been strengthened, first of all, by a massive Great Pratt & Whitney radial, 9 cylinders, pumping out 450 horsepower. It's a really superb engine, and you need that extra power because of the drag created by having the girls flying on the wings. Now listen out as they come in for a break.
Smoke on, go! Go!
Oh, absolutely delightful sight, and how entertaining is that? And that mighty roar now as they put all the levers forward and put the prop into fine pitch. Those tips almost go supersonic, and that gives you that tremendous roar. And the smoke, don't worry about that. That's all environmentally sound smoke as well. That's a form of a thing we call it ondina. It's sort of baby oil, really, and really, really friendly stuff. You can have a good bath in that with any issue at all. But coming on around, talking about modifications now, they've got extra pairs of ailerons on the wings as well, these aircraft, unlike the standard Stearman. That gives them the extra agility as well as the power to do the maneuvers they're doing. What are they going to do this time? Well, they're certainly going to cross by each other very closely, but will they pull up into a loop? Will it be a roll? Let's have a look now. Oh, it's a bump. So as they pull up, of course, they're pulling positive G, but as they go over the top, both the pilots and the girls will feel a little bit strange there as they go over the hill, and the blood just rushes up momentarily to their heads instead of to their feet. Keeping the movement going now. They're coming around the tight turn, of course, talking very closely to each other. Smoke isn't just for show, of course. Smoke is also there for safety. It ensures that they get accurate positions on each other's as well. And here they're coming in now for another crossover. Now, some of you maybe heard me chatting to Kirsten yesterday, and delightful girl she is, and saying how all of them very much come from the dance environment or acrobatic world. Kirsten, a trapeze artist. Emma was a dancer, I believe. And it's quite competitive to get in as well. I mean, it's clearly hard work, and of course they have to work out their own routines. They're generally of the lighter variety, of course, because they're putting extra weight, although anybody can go wing walking. If you just go to the Aerosuperbatics site or to go wingwalking.com, you'll be able to sign up for a flight on one of these aircraft yourselves. They operate out of a lovely airfield up in Gloucestershire. It's a restored First World War airfield called Renkum. And they've got up to 5 aircraft there available to do this. But for me, very much capturing the spirit and emotion and just the whole image of that carefree flying of the interwar years. Now, throughout the course of the display, you'll see the girls moving around even more on the top of those wings as well. They will get out of the harnesses at a couple of stages and balance precariously on the top of their own cockpit. Pilots sit in the rear cockpit, so that enables the girls to get in and out and climb onto the wing. And also during the transit flights, of course, it would be impossible to stay on the top of the wing for more than really the course of this display. So they have to climb in and out physically, attaching themselves with a safety strap. Repositioning this time. Now, what is it going to be? We could be having a pairs loop coming our way. Let's keep... Here we go, smoke is on. We're going to be diving down. Let's see, what are we going to do?
Go! Next roll, go!
And it's a roll, and what a beautiful sight. Absolutely superb. Some of this not for the faint-hearted, of course, as you can imagine. It's not easily done. Don't worry, when you go wing walking with them, you don't have to go upside down. They'll have a chat to you about that. But just the sheer thrill of being on the top of the wing is absolutely extraordinary. A lot of practice, of course, goes both pilots and the wing walkers themselves to choreograph a display like this. Now, this could be the first of the fly pass where the girls actually take themselves out of the harnesses, reposition. They have a number of different positions that they adopt on the leading edge, on the trailing edge as well. And if you've got binos or your long-range cameras there, you'll be able to watch the maneuvering going on. And here they are, just hanging on. It takes a lot of strength, of course. Don't forget, you know, the power of the wind against you. You put your hand out of the window in a car going down the motorway, you can feel the force of the wind. These girls now precariously right on the leading edge of the wings. Absolutely phenomenal stuff indeed. Tremendously courageous bit of flying from the girls, and they're maneuvering now, having positions. They may well be coming back into what is one of their most popular arts, their thing called the arabesque, where they're literally on tippy toes, one leg on the cockpit behind the trailing edge of the wing, other arm hanging on to the bottom of the harness itself, and then the other hand holding one of the feet. Just take a look at this. Yeah, go on, give them a wave as well. They're not quite finished yet, so I hope they'll give us one more pass for that. But those girls, they're looking down on you, and they are working very hard indeed. It's just terrific stuff. Oh, and then you see them waving to you? Just fighting into a bit of choppy wind out there. That wind, it doesn't feel too strong up here on the sea front, but out there at sea, the wind coming over Beachy Head and just picking up a few knots there. They'll be bouncing out a little bit. You can see the small white horses on the sea there, just indicating that. So now here's a big opportunity for you. What have you got? Hats, coats, umbrellas. You know the score, don't you, everybody? Give them a massive Eastbourne wave. Those girls just working so hard up there. Fabulous stuff indeed. Really terrific. And you see how they're perched. Literally tippy toes, one leg hanging on with the other arm, and the other arm holding their feet high. A really, really acrobatic position to hold whilst traveling at over 100 miles an hour. Now, they're basing themselves out of Shoreham during the course of the weekend, so I'm pretty sure that as they turn in this left iron towards just the other side of the pier there, this will be their final fly past. A great opportunity for them to take a good look down and to see who's been watching them, and for you also to bid them another great airborne farewell. Just repositioning now into what we call echelon right. And all the glamour and romance of these wonderful aircraft and their daring do here on display, streaming their friendly smoke. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've been watching the Aerosuperbatics Wingwalkers. Yes, go on, throw up in the air, whatever you've got, but hang on to it. Don't let it go, will you? Oh, and there goes that rasp on the engine. What a lovely sound. Oh, what an outstanding display. Fantastic. We're barely halfway through the show here, and it's, I don't know, we're just having so much fun, aren't we? It's terrific stuff. Well, look, don't forget we need to keep this show going. So donate, buy program, become an airborne supporter. The mottos of this particular show on such a glorious day. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time. Do look out for the program sellers. They're in yellow T-shirts, the bucket collectors in red T-shirts. Get your program. You'll be able to know what's coming up for the rest of the day and the evening as well. You can't get to ABBA, that's been sold out, but thanks to Curtis, an awful lot of people had a great time watching, including me, Pure Queen last night, and thank you for that. And I suspect all the deck chairs are well full up by now, but if not, do grab a spare one. If you can see one, it's just £5 for the rest of the day. Somebody will come and give you a ticket for that. In this evening, of course, lots of cafes and restaurants. There are vouchers in the programs worth using if you're staying on this evening. Please do that if you can. And of course, if you haven't, I believe you can still get to see Around the World in 80 Days. An amazing show. 104 characters, 7 actors, 6 trains, 6 boats, 4 fights, 2 dances, 1 sleigh ride, a storm, a circus, and a balloon. And on top of all that, an elephant will take you to the Devonshire Park stage. All there at 7:45 tonight at the Devonshire Park Theatre. What's coming up in the next second half of the show? Well, in a moment, we're going into the world of super high-performance advanced aerobatics with a legendary aerobatic pilot called Rich Goodwin, who is never satisfied, hates flying in a straight line for longer than about 30 seconds, and is also a keen engineer as well. He'll be coming to you very shortly. Following that will be the Strikemaster, coming down to us from North Wales. And then pretty much an RAF combo for a good 40 minutes or so with the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. We'll see that unique formation of both the Spitfire and the Typhoon flying together, and then the mighty Typhoon on its own, a really tremendous display. And then it's going straight pretty much into a continuation of some Air Force activity with the Chinook and the Blades doing a special formation for us, the Blades, and then after that will be the Chinook. We're rounding off, of course, towards the end of the afternoon, but not without another really interesting warbird coming our way in the guise of a Hawk of Fury. But the Red Arrows, as always, our popular national aerobatic team, will be seeing us off and closing the show at the end of the day. Well, this guy coming up very shortly. I'm just checking the clock in the airwaves myself, and it looks like we are pretty much on time. So within the next minute, we should see a tiny little aircraft coming over. Another little biplane is out of the Pitts Special family, joining us from the right-hand side. Can you hear him? Yeah, yeah. I know. Maybe it could be because I use the fader a lot when I'm talking, as you probably noticed.
It's at the same time though.
Yeah.
Was that sometime last time?
Yeah. I know it's most odd.
We checked headline.
And if you look out to the right-hand side now, here he comes in his signature arrival profile, a knife-edge, smoke-on, low-level pass. Please welcome Richard Goodwin in the Pit Special. This, no ordinary one, a jet-powered one, albeit they're not fitted today. Just warming himself up, as is typical with Richard. You are set now to go into quite a high tempo and extreme level of aerobatic flying. This only comes after years and years of experience and practice, and to various extremes of G, as well as some pretty scintillating, very high speed aerobatic maneuvers. Here he is going upside down. I told you he hates flying in a straight line, straight and level for very long. Hesitation roll all the way down the fly line, and you can see what a neat little aircraft this is. It's tiny actually when you get close to it, very, very small indeed. He flicks it, rolls it, pumps it up and down. You're going to see a whole variety. And now in a flat turn, inverted, all the blood's rushing to his head, comfortable as anything. You'll even see this guy hovering. It's a light aerobatic biplane designed by a fellow called Curtis Pitts back in the mid-40s, dominated world aerobatic competition in the 60s and 70s, and still remains today with a few modifications made by Richard, one of the most potent competition aircraft in these categories. Lovely colour scheme. You may well remember his G-Whiz aircraft in that fabulous Union Jack, red and white particularly, and now this uprated aircraft performing for you here today, registered as J Pitt, and it's a development that he's been working on for some time. But right now, keep your eyes peeled and glued. The activity gets so intense, you can't really keep up with it. It's just extraordinary stuff. You see him put him through a whole variety of snap rolls, hovering flight, verticals, double hammerheads, all coming your way in a multiplicity of maneuvers and speed, including his tower of power, synonymous with his handling. This particular aircraft has been built completely from scratch over a period of about 4 years. Based on the S2S fuselage, for those enthusiasts out there, it's been tried and tested and modifications improved over and above his famous G-Whiz aircraft. A slightly difference predominantly in the wing design. It's got massive ailerons and more wing area, giving it a phenomenal roll rate, but also better low-speed handling. Might look like a standard pit special, but certainly isn't. Something you can't buy off the shelf. Its extensive modification program has given this biplane quite unique capabilities, allowing Rich to perform his own extraordinary brand of aerobatics. And here we go. Almost hovering in the sky, letting the aircraft fall back through his own smoke. The heart of this is essentially this massive 6-cylinder 8.5 litre Lycoming 540 engine, hanging on literally the power left, the prop holding it in the sky. The most unnatural angle at which to be flying any aircraft. So we've got a huge smoke system fitted, as well as additional improvements to the landing gear and the engine mounts to take titanium sprung gear legs. A new shaped carbon cowling has been fitted to reduce both the weight and the profile drag of the machine. He's modified the rudder, gives it better looks and also more powerful yaw control. Number of rolls one way, then the other. Pretty stable that, but now actually snapping it as well in different directions, pulling over the top. Oh, and that's just a warm-up in Richard's book. There's a lot more to come yet. Energy management a little bit easier when you have such a huge amount of power on the front end of this aircraft, making every bit of it. But my word, you have to keep fit to do this kind of work. This is very, very demanding flying indeed, putting through so many variations, the stick going all over the cockpit as he chops and turns it, tumbles it. And now inverted, of course, all the blood rushing 1 minute to his feet and the next right now all the way to his head as well. Putting together a series of high-energy gyroscopic force movements against a combination of aerobatic maneuvers, you can see, proving a very, very dynamic form of entertainment. side-slipping the aircraft. You'll see other aircraft do that, but not as rapidly and as dynamically as Richard can do it with this machine. Climbing up here now, he's just letting the engine temperature just cool down a bit. He's checking all his T's and P's, as we say in the business, making sure there's nothing untoward, and also taking a very short break himself as well before he uses all this altitude to create his tower of power, where he'll dive down in a moment. You'll see the smoke come back on. He'll increase the speed and then use all that speed and energy, converting it into another series of hyperdynamic maneuvers as he climbs out of this. So again, not flying in a straight line, using the downward spiral to add extra energy and impetus to the machine, pulling up now in front of you. And as he goes up, keep your eyes peeled on it as he uses all this power now in a series of literally mind-boggling maneuvers. Right at the top of there, he'll just hold the aircraft, let the propeller take the strain, using the gyroscopic effect, holding the aircraft up there as long as he can, rolling out, and then once again converting that height into a bit more energy to do it all over again. Now you can imagine this takes a lot of physical training as well. These guys, right up with the Formula One drivers of today, they have to keep very fit, very strong, neck muscles in particular, but also G practice training themselves. They don't have any G protection equipment. They have to learn to live with the effects of going as to extremes of G, both plus and minus in this aircraft, limited to +6 or -G. So Richard just mentioned that he thought maybe a bit of an issue with the aircraft there, so he's just decided to knock it off, as we call it in the business, and just take a break just to check that everything is okay. He's absolutely fine, don't worry about this, but again, we all fly in cautionary terms whenever we think there may be something of concern. So we're just waiting to get a report back from him there. Of course, he's still, he knows the aircraft very well indeed, but he's still always pushing the boundaries with his new sponsor, the Sabio Group. They're a digital CX transformation team, helping to unearth the next generation of STEM aviators and engineers by sponsoring this, as I think you'll agree, a pretty unique and gravity-defying display. And where the tie-in there is really with the continuous innovation. Richard always pushing the boundaries himself, and had flying in his DNA for many, many years. Himself a very experienced ex-Royal Air Force Tornado pilot. His father was a Hunter display pilot in the Air Force as well. So I'm getting a message that Richard is knocking it off there. He's going to take the aircraft back and just do a thorough check that all is well with it, rather than continue flying with us today. But I'll pass on his good wishes to you, and we'll just have a slight pause now whilst we wait for the next aircraft, which is a BAC Strikemaster, to give us a call on the radio and check back in with us. So I've just heard that we're in touch with Bertie in the Strikemaster, coming in from the left-hand side. Keep your eyes open for this superb aircraft. Once again, a great history tour. Top side pass as well, taking a good look at you down there, boys and girls. This is the Strikey, as we refer to it in the business. Super aircraft, very much at the heart of training literally thousands and thousands of pilots during the course of its time. From the derivative of the Jet Provost family of aircraft brought into service in the mid-50s. It was the stage at which the Royal Air Force was still converting so many of their piston-powered aircraft to the jet age. And of course this was a long sought after replacement for the original Hunting Percival aircraft. The Percival Provost Basic Trainer was eventually replaced not long after the prototype version of the JP came out in 1954. Several years span though, of course, as the derivative was itself improved through the Mark III being very much the mainstay of the JP training that took place in the Royal Air Force, developing eventually with the fitting of a new Viper engine and pressurization into a Mark V, and it was the utilization of the Mark V family as an armed export version that really took it into the combat world, with sales to Sri Lanka, Kuwait and Sudan, armed with 7.7 machine guns. And further exports then to Iraq, Yemen, Sudan and Venezuela, with the final exports to Sudan. And hence there is quite an international history to both the aircraft that Mark Petrie owns, of which this is one. And you see Ian Brett flying this today, now in a delightful slow roll. So whilst the original concept of the Strikemaster was embedded in the JP derivatives of the British Aircraft Corporation out of Wharton, this was really what I call the sharp end, the top end, the GTI version of that entire family of aircraft. Being able to perform both the training role and light attack duties, but also at a price that smaller nations could afford, and thus improving the export opportunities. The prototype Strikey rolled out of its Lancashire factory in October 1967. With strengthened armour in place, the uprated Viper engine, of course, capable of offering 3,400 pounds of thrust, but also 8 stores hardpoints installed beneath the wings. It was those hardpoints that helped add the punch, making it a combat derivative, providing it with light armament, but also with the extended range drop tanks as well. Ian Brett, a name well known in air display circles, he having out of his extensive Air Force time been able to work with a variety of different air display teams, but was known as the manager of the Tudor display some while back. But he himself served with the Royal Air Force for 13 years, himself involved primarily in flying the Tornado GR4, going on to qualify as a navigator instructor and also a QFI, and then becoming more of a specialist in flight safety and human factors, as well as flying training and safety management. Getting involved with a variety of different aircraft in his civilian life. Involved initially with the Mid-Air Squadron, got some experience there, and then also flying with Team Raven. I mentioned Mark Petrie's name. He's the brainchild behind all this. Started some Strikemaster displaying back around about 2007. with other collectors of similar aircraft around UK. The whole flight is based up at North Wales, operated by North Wales Military Aviation Services at Harden in that terrain. And both his aircraft imported from overseas, both having a link with essentially Oman, but of course in this particular case you see in front of you the Royal Saudi Air Force. But the wings on this actually saw service with the Royal Oman Air Force on a different airframe. So in many ways commemorating the huge success that the export version had with both those countries. Successfully flown in combat, including the Oman and Yemeni wars. Very tough aircraft. All manual controls in this case, however, making it feel quite heavy, particularly at high speed, but also very maneuverable, and that is what Bert is doing his best here today, is to show you the lines, the speed, flexibility, and of course the very graceful aerobatic loops and rolls that this aircraft is designed for as well. Speed range being able to operate and display fuel between 100 and fast passes at around 400 knots. And again, not still early generation trainer. This in the jet age in the mid 50s. This aircraft not possessing the modern capability you'll see in something like a Typhoon, which is able to maneuver and also withstand high G pressures in a very, very small piece of airspace. Coming towards you in a wonderful roll there. Again, you see, it just looks and feels a sturdy sort of aircraft, this, doesn't it? And it did what it needed on the can, basically. Did the job. Very, very effective trainer. And worth a look if you ever get up close to one. It's a classic series of instruments from that period as well. But a reasonably comfortable cockpit, reasonable visibility. Bertie now just calling up to say this is his final pass. He was basing himself out of Lydd, I believe, this weekend. Oh, in fact, it's north wheeled. So he'll be shooting off behind us and then flying north around London to get back home. So just a reminder, this is BAC Strikemaster out of the North Wales Military Aviation Services, flown today by Flight Lieutenant, as he was, Ian Brett, known to his mates as Bertie. Well, the pace of this last couple of hours has just flown by. I just checked my watch to see whether we were on time for what is going to be the next most welcome attraction here this afternoon, and a very fitting and poignant addition to any air display. And we've literally got minutes to go. It is, of course, the Battlebridge Memorial Flight. And to tell you all about that, coming in from the right-hand side, please welcome Flight Lieutenant Nige Painter.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight 2022. If you look right, you can see the Lancaster with the Spitfire today coming in on its side. As well as the displays you're about to watch today, the BBMF conducts flypast at events all over the country, from village fetes to state occasions, just short of 1,000 events a year. This year we were exceptionally proud to participate in the flypast over Buckingham Palace to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, seen by millions across the world. And this year, we are pleased to present, in addition to our iconic Lancaster, Hurricane and Spitfire display, a new Spitfire routine and an arrival formation flown with a modern-day Eurofighter Typhoon later on. I'm delighted to introduce Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Just listen to the sound of the Merlin engines, not only the most iconic aero engine ever built, but also the most instantly recognisable. And please, ladies and gents, every time the aircraft come down the crowd line, do wave. The crew can see you, and they will be waving back, although they are conducting essential duties. Over 7,000 Lancasters were built, but only 2 remain flying in the world today. The RAF is lucky enough to have one of them in front of you today. During the war, Bomber Command suffered the highest loss ratio of any recorded combat. In all, 55,573 men were killed in Bomber Command. The flight's aim is to commemorate the 120,000 men and women who gave their lives in the service of the Royal Air Force. Remember to wave, ladies and gents. Battle of Britain Memorial Flight has 6 Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, a Dakota and a Lancaster, plus 2 Chipmunks used for training. As you can imagine, our small cadre of dedicated engineers is kept very busy looking after 5 different aircraft types and several different marks. These World War II aircraft are preserved in flying condition as a living tribute to those who served the country. The BMF was formed in 1957 and this year celebrates their 65th anniversary. So in front of you, P-7 Spitfire, flown by Squadron Leader Mark Sugden, known as Suggs, is positioning for its display. And Suggs is OC Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, a very honoured position to be in. So if you look right, ladies and gentlemen, Lancaster starts another pass, and remember to wave. The crew will be waving back to you. All the turrets are manned for safety reasons, and they will be waving back to you. As Suggs commences his 2022 enhanced Spitfire display. P-7, built in 1940, she was the 14th of 11,939 Spitfires constructed at the Castle Bromwich Shadow Factory. She is the only airworthy Spitfire from the Battle of Britain and much admired survivor. Put into storage in 1944 until the making of the movie Battle of Britain saw her re-emerge from 20 years of dormancy when she was selected to fly in the film. P-7 currently represents in her colours today 54 Squadron Spitfire Mark 1 Romeo 6895 Kilo Lima Bravo Kiwi 3, the personal aircraft of New Zealander Al Deer from the 10th of July 1940, the official start of the Battle of Britain, until the 31st of August, when after being bombed on takeoff from Hornchurch, Al Deer crashed upside down. He survived, but sadly the airframe didn't. Listen to the Merlin roar. So as Suggs enters display and flies left to right to put up in a victory roll, if you look right, you'll see the Lancaster positioning to start its display with 4 roaring Merlins. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Lancaster of Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. PA 474 was built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory at Hordern, completed on the 31st of May 1945. The war in Europe had ended a few weeks earlier, so the aircraft was modified for Far East operations against the Japanese as part of the Tiger Force, and was first flown in this configuration in August 1945. Combat operations in the Far East also ended before the aircraft could be deployed, and instead it was stored with just 3 hours and 10 minutes on the airframe. PA 474 is now painted on the port side of the Lancaster as Lancaster B Mark III Whiskey 5005 Alpha Romeo Leader, with nose art depicting a kangaroo in Wellington boots playing the bagpipes, representing the mixed nationalities, Scottish, Australian and Welsh, of its crew at the time. Lancaster now positioning for the right hand side, undercarriage down and more power on the engines. The Battle of Britain flight has been based at RAF Coningsby since 1976, and RAF Coningsby is the home of Typhoon, and there's 3 frontline Typhoon squadrons, as well as 29 Squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit, and 41 Squadron doing trials and evaluation. Whilst the BMF has 12 aircraft and 5 different types, it only has 2 full-time pilots and 40 engineers, as well as 4 civil servants. This small team of dedicated people ensures that the BMF is seen throughout the country from May to September every year. In fact, this year the BMF is scheduled to appear at around 100 full displays and some 1,000 flypasts. The flight's 40 engineers work tirelessly to ensure that BMF aircraft are kept in excellent condition, conducting deep maintenance over winter and then keeping the aircraft airworthy in the summer. If you'd like to know more about the flight of the Royal Air Force, you can find us at raf.mod.uk/BMF or just Google RAF BMF. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at RAF BMF, and many of our aircrew tweet in their own accounts. Finally, you can find out what we're doing and see great photographs on Facebook. Our site is BMF Official. There's a Lancaster final pass. So as the Lancaster departs on its final pass, we hope you've enjoyed our air display. As the symphony of engines subsides slightly, the hairs on the back of my neck are still standing up. I'm not sure if there is a more evocative or stirring sound. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight's motto, "Lest we forget," says it all. Our motto is "Lest we forget," and we hope that you will remember our mission to commemorate those 120,000 plus personnel who have given their lives in the service of the Royal Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Air Force Battle Memorial Flight.
And what a fantastic job. Thanks very much to Flight Lieutenant Nigel Painter there, but he's not going away, because we have something very special heading your way, because we can hear in the background a couple of pilots chatting to each other because they are trying their best to put together a very special treat for you, and that treat comes in the formation of a Spitfire and a Typhoon. Yes, the Typhoon is back. It's going to come back with a vengeance and a lot of noise and impact as well. It's a marvellous opportunity. I'd like to dedicate this next feature to the Eastbourne Hospitality Association, who've done so much work and kindness putting together and finding accommodation for all the air crews here today. And my own host in particular is taking part in a party celebrating Sue Carver's birthday this afternoon alongside Penny Rayner, with over 100 people, I gather, at the western end of the fly line this afternoon. Our grateful thanks to all those from number 17 Wilmington and all their chums and all the friends and associates of the Eastbourne Hospitality Association. But now keep your eyes peeled in the sky over to the right-hand side, because if you're an aviation photographic enthusiast, you will love what's coming up next. Nigel, what is coming up next?
So this year, thank you, this year we have Typhoon and a Spitfire, iconic fighters of their time, Typhoon now and Spitfire from World War II. And as you'll see in that very impressive display, the Spitfire is working really hard at near enough the forward end of its envelope, and the Typhoon is at the lower end of its envelope. Again, pilot working extremely hard to maintain what's going on. Typhoon presently flown by Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare, known as Paddy, and again the Spitfire flown by Suggs.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the old and the new. Still doing in many ways the same job, looking over the horizon, looking for the enemy, spotting it, but oh my word, hasn't life changed a little bit? There with a phenomenal split in generations, and then a truly remarkable and special sight for us here. Third day of Eastbourne, the return of Airborne 22, so successful and a marvellous day. These guys working really, really hard here, and one I suspect concerned more about his stall, the other one going as flat out as he can to keep the profile going. But the spirit of the fighter boys very much embodied over the last 80 years in this very, very unique formation. That sound, a bit of an early warning for you, for all those who are concerned about noise. Do warn off your children, won't you? Once the Typhoon splits off from this formation, it will get seriously noisy. But right now, let's just savour that and enjoy this very, very special sight. It's going a full 360-degree turn here before breaking into their individual call signs and continuing their display. I think a good photo opportunity coming up next, Nigel.
That is correct. The Spitfire and Typhoon will come head on to you and then do a cross split, which is a fantastic opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls. We are now into the modern fourth generation activity of the frontline power of the Royal Air Force as the Spitfire departs in nostalgia off to the east. We now focused on the true power of 40,000 pounds of thrust in a multi-role aircraft that has done phenomenal service over the last couple of decades and entertained us hugely as a result. You don't get a lot of time to talk during a Typhoon display, but I've got Callum right alongside me now, who's an engineer on this awesome aircraft. Callum, thanks for joining us. Try and tell us a bit about it while you can.
Well, good afternoon, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear us over the top of the display happening. So we've got the special livery out today. We want to see plenty of pictures. Remember, take some pictures and post them on social media. We want to see that. Hashtag Typhoon display at the Typhoon display team.
Yes, it's a truly awesome beast. Its capability is absolutely phenomenal. The stats are astonishing, aren't they? I mean, I can't believe this breaks off to liftoff in 8 seconds and breaks off to 35,000 feet and Mach 1.5 in 2.5 minutes. Callum, that's awesome.
It is, and it's all achieved through the amazing engines we have in this jet. So like we just alluded to there, the jet, we have 2 Eurojet 200 engines in the aircraft producing 40,000 pounds of thrust. We're also burning, when he's in reheat, we're burning a ton of fuel a minute. So if Paddy was to leave it in reheat, we'd be burning loads and loads of fuel.
And well, we try not to do that, of course, in our environmentally careful produced air displays. But nonetheless, this is taxpayers' money. It's been defending the shores of the UK for many years now, and as far south as the South Atlantic, of course, in the Falklands as well.
Yes, they are Typhoons on deployment all the time, especially our brothers and sisters all the way down in the Falkland Islands. Unfortunately, I am actually going down there next year, so it'll be phenomenal to get to see the Typhoons flying down there.
Now, all those hard points we see underneath the wing there, capable of a whole range of different weaponry. What sort of stuff would be a normal load going on patrol?
So going on patrol and on state on QRA we have all the time. We have 2 times Meteor missiles, which are a hypersonic missile. We also have...
Oh, and splitting there, splitting against himself with negative G. I mean, really, really tricky and hard flying.
It is. Paddy is obviously working very, very hard inside the aircraft. He's not only working the aircraft and the airframe itself, but also working himself very hard to keep himself conscious as he's flying along. And he's not just doing that alone, the aircraft is helping him with his anti-G pants, inflating, squeezing his legs and keeping the blood inside his head and not letting it go to his feet.
Now, we were talking about G suppression, and of course you can go and see this on your stand, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We do have a set of G trousers if you would like to see them.
But here he is pushing into a climb in negative profile, which means that actually those G pants don't help him very much at all, because it's pretty much impossible to do much about that. Of course, most of the suppression is geared towards positive G, and this aircraft can pull up to 9 times your body weight. Now just imagine that weight pushing down on your head right now. Very, very hard indeed.
So as we can see there, Paddy's flying along there, he's working the aircraft really hard. So we have 4 times flight computers on board the aircraft. They're all talking to each other and enable him to take really small radius turns, and this is what gives this aircraft its agile ability. Now as Paddy comes in, he's also slowing the aircraft down now, so get your cameras ready as he breaks off. We want to see those Union Jacks on the underside of the wings.
Now, this is what we call a high alpha approach, isn't it? The stick's way back, but of course he cannot mishandle the aircraft because the computer will overwrite him. But nonetheless, he's back to about 120 knots here. And when you think this can go up to 1,500 miles an hour, that's an amazing speed differential.
It is. It's also one of my favourite manoeuvres, that, because it shows the raw power that these engines have on the aircraft, and also how complex and agile the aircraft is in its role.
Yeah, very, very much so. I take my hat off to them. We're talking the sharp end, and of course, not just high-performance aircraft, but high-performance individuals, human beings as well.
Yeah.
You know, very alert, and not just intelligent, but also really fit. It's something you have to keep fit for.
Yes, it is, and it's not just physically fit that Paddy has to be. He has to be mentally fit. He's got so much information in the cockpit being thrown at him, such as his altitude. You know, he's got the terrain going off in his ears. It's telling him to pull up, but he's got to ignore it and concentrate, almost get past that, and almost a superhuman-like state to be able to fly the aircraft.
Oh my word, that is quite something. But don't let that put you off. Anybody can apply. You never know what capability you've got. I mean, and the other contrast here, when I was talking about the early generation jets, you can just see now how this sort of awesome power potential, but also that aerodynamic design and the G suppression gives you such a small operating area. It's really impressive.
Yeah, and like I said, it's also got it has got a mix of old and new technology. You know, our slats, our leading edge trim devices that we have. You know, it enables them to be able to perform like this. And also flying with the gear down, as we can see, he's really fighting the aircraft, but at the same time, it's enabling them to do this display.
Absolutely terrific stuff indeed. And don't forget, I'm sure Callum will remind you, do go to the RAF Village at the end. Do take your children up there as well and have a chat to all the military staff there and just find out what they've been doing on their various operational deployments. It's a really amazing career. This time I think we're looking at maybe a high-speed pass. Let's check it out. He's using that extra bit of energy in the descent there, putting the throttles forward. And by the way, just to let you know, he won't go supersonic because we have a speed limit of 600 miles an hour. I love seeing the condensed water vapor coming off the wings and the tailplane there. Sometimes I know you say it pushes out a little bit of fuel vapor.
It does, yes, because we pressurize the fuel tanks aboard the aircraft. We use bleed air from the engines to pressurize the fuel tanks. Sometimes it goes down the pressure line, into the vent line, into the fin, and actually blows the fuel out the fin. So it's not a smoke pod. He's not turning it on and off. It's just fuel.
But it's all vaporized, isn't it?
Oh, it's all vaporized. Yeah.
I just wanted to reassure everybody there's no fuel actually going anywhere. It is all vaporized and actually disappears completely into the atmosphere. Now another really, really tight turn here. They're pulling 9G pretty much all the way round here. Again, very comfortable cockpit. He'll be pretty much satisfied with this. And a magnificent colour scheme as well. This is the only one on the fleet?
Yeah, it is. So we actually inherited this aircraft from 9 Squadron up in Lossiemouth, and it came in black. And we stripped all the squadron markings off, and we also painted it in this Union Jack scheme, and it is really, really vibrant against a blue sky.
Yes, yeah, terrific job. Now the canard design at Delta, very popular in designs from the post-80s. Those canards, of course, working overtime as well, aren't they? Yeah, twitching all the time.
Constantly twitching, so the aircraft is always always changing, always trimming itself so it can always perform the most, dynamic display.
And they're just sadly having to top out a little bit earlier than I'm sure that Paddy would really have liked. Of course, Gatwick still dominates the airspace above us, and so we are restricted on what we can achieve there. But zooming, climbing, and up as high as he probably could have got, and concluding a really outstanding demonstration. Callum, really superb. Anything else to add?
Like I said, if you're going to take any pictures and post them, please post them and hashtag and at the Typhoon display team. And don't be scared to come along and have a look. We've got loads of kit, especially stickers. And like I said this morning on the radio, you're never too old to get some stickers. So come along and get some.
I love it. I love it. Yes, let's have some more stickers. Bring them on. Fantastic stuff. Well, whoa, my words. Well, that was an outstanding contribution to this afternoon. And thank you all so much. By the way, if you're loving it, please remember, do donate generously. Just buying a program program will help keep the show on the road for years to come. But if you see the bucket, I can see one now for the first time today, red T-shirt coming along the seafront here. Do give us generously as you can if you're enjoying yourself, and I hope you all are as well. No reason not to. Sun shining is a great venue anyway. Now we've got another little treat coming up for you, and that's a combination formation, something that we first saw along the coast in Torbay earlier this year, where we're going to have the Chinook coming on stage, but joined right at the start of the extra 300s of the Blades display team. And Louise is standing by ready with me here. She's about to bring us up to speed with the latest. First of all, let me just check the time. I make it about 1 minute to go, Louise. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, George. Thank you for having us. And good afternoon, Eastbourne, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got a bit of a bonus for you today. We've got the Blades arriving, as George just said, on the wing of the Chinook. Spectacular sight out to your right-hand side now. This is to highlight the cause of the RAF Benevolent Fund, who have been our charity sponsor for the last 8 years and are the new charity sponsor for the Chinook display team. So it's a charity that's very, very close to our hearts. Two of the team have benefited greatly from the fund, and yeah, we are very grateful to them. Spectacular sight there for you.
Yes, really excellent day we're having today, and second really, really good treat apart from everything else. Of course, the Chinook, a dominant feature on the air display market, a really outstanding performer. You're going to hear a lot more about the Chinook after the Blades display when their commentator will come and tell you about the details, but massively successful airframe in itself, but unique display formation. It's not very often you see the mixed formation of rotary and fixed wing aircraft together. So a turn coming round. I guess you aviation specialist photographers out there can guess what's coming up very shortly, and one would hope that it'll be a head-on view of this unique formation as well. Takes a bit of space, of course, and a bit of coordination. But a wonderful sight. We couldn't have a better amphitheatre today. You can't feel the strength of the wind. There is a little bit bumpy out there. Several pilots have called us back and said, oh my word, that curling wind coming off the top of Beachy Head there. It does roll right across the air display site, but close into the shore, it's not bad at all. And great to see people enjoying themselves in the sea. Just don't venture out too far. You've got your swimming cones. Here they are now, coming back in. So get your cameras ready. I think this...
Great photo opportunity there, ladies and gentlemen.
I thought that was a magnificent sight, Louise. Well done to your team. And I think Chinny's going to give us a little nod as well. Look at that. Stunning, stunning stuff. So, a bit of repositioning going on now. So, Louise, tell us a bit about this amazing company that the Blades are part of.
So the Blades are part of 2XL Aviation, started by 2 ex-Harrier pilots back in 2006. One of them, Blade 1, Andy Offer, and he was an ex-leader of the Red Arrows. Whilst flying with the Reds, he had constant requests to take passengers in his aircraft. Obviously, the answer was no. So he decided when he left the Air Force to set up the world's only global airline, so we could take passengers flying in the front seat of our aircraft, which is a spectacular thing to do. And we take over 300 passengers every year from our base at Sywell. And you can go looping and rolling over the Northamptonshire countryside. You can do more spectacular, more dynamic sorties, or just fly in close formation with these amazing pilots. All ex-Red Arrows, and yes, as I said, the team has been going since 2006.
It is an amazing achievement and a quite remarkable company. I'm really, really impressed. And I was listening to every word, wasn't I?
Yes, you were listening to every word, George. I'm sure you're having a little break. You just have a little break and I'll just blow on for a little while. I've actually been with the team since 2006 from the very start. This is my first year commentating, ladies and gentlemen, so do bear with me. I'll try and do my best for you today.
The stage is all yours, Louise. All these wonderful people love listening to you, as I do. I was absolutely mesmerized there. It was quite delightful. And I just think it's a wonderful conversation to have with so many people who are out just to have a lovely family day out, enjoy the seaside, but that real bonus, some really spectacular flying as well. And you're about to talk about one of the most dynamic teams on the market.
I am indeed, and I think we just got a smoke on call from Blade 1, Andy Evans. So, about to arrive over your heads, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Blades Aerobatic Display Team. The team are being led today by Blade 1, Andy Evans. He's in the white aircraft, as you can see at the front. That is one of our spares. He just likes standing out, obviously. He's leading the team into the first maneuver of the display. Andy has over 3,000 hours flying in the extra. He's displayed in over 1,300 air displays, making him one of the most experienced air display pilots in the world today. So here he's leading the team, calling as Blade 2 and 3 move out to each side, and Blade 4 performs a pushover. So this is a great camera opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. The team are going to fly at the crowd line at full speed, pulling up to -G in the crossfire break. To your left and right now, we have Blade 2 and 3. Blade 3 will lead the pair to perform point rolls and snap rolls. So how the aircraft performs a snap roll, the pilot stalls the aircraft and uses a boot full of rudder to make the aircraft roll rapidly. What an amazing day and an amazing arena to do this display. It's just spectacular here at Eastbourne, just beautiful. Blade 1 and 4 here, flying head to head and performing synchronized aileron rolls before crossing in the center line. Then they will pull up into the vertical to 1,000 feet, where they will cut the throttles for silence. Bit disconcerting that is before they fall back down towards the beach. Blade 4 James Macmillan will now lead us into the first solo of the display. He's doing some tumbles there, having great fun, I'd say. James was the youngest fast jet pilot in the Royal New Zealand Air Force, and then he went on to fly Harriers, Typhoons, and Hawks with the Red Arrows. This is one of my favorites and a great photo opportunity. This is called the Blade Slide. Nice flying sideways through the air there. James will now accelerate down the line, ready for the next maneuver. So building energy here, he will pull up into a series of vertical rolls, where at the top he will attempt to stop and let the aircraft twist itself under the engine. This is actually known as a torque roll, and then he's going to fall back down through his smoke. If you look out to your left now, you'll see Blade 1 leading Blade 2 and 3 into our crowd favorite. This is called Crazy. So this is the team demonstrating an unnatural way to fly. Got Blade 4 there, having a little bit of fun rolling around the smoke of the other pilots. In the Blade 3 position today, we have Mike Ling. He's the longest serving Red Arrow pilot, joined us in 2018 after 21 years with the RAF flying the Hawk and Tornado. We've got Blade 4 now rejoining the formation.
Now. Holding the bank. Now.
You can hear Blade 1 there giving some clear instructions to the guys.
Well done.
So we're starting here with a loop to a box bend. The team will start with a formation loop, flying just 6 feet apart. They're going to follow the crowd line. This maneuver is dedicated to our prime sponsor, that's Aerobites. We've been working with Aerobites for the last 8 years now, and we're very, very proud to have their name emblazoned on the wing of our aircraft. They specialize in delivering aviation safety software, providing solutions to over 200 airlines globally. Sounds like they're having great fun up there. So Blade 1, they're calling for the formation to change to T formation. And as the team approaches in T formation, you'll clearly see on the tails the red and white logos of our new sponsor for 2022, that is UASA. UASA batteries are the #1 selling brand for all car types, vehicles, and industrial uses. They're made by GS UASA, the world's leading battery manufacturer, who power thousands of applications worldwide, from submarines to the space station and everything in between. That maneuver is called the hammerhead, where all 4 pilots pull up into the vertical and perform tight stalls in perfect unison. We're entering the second half of the display now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This normally lasts for about 15 minutes. that formation there changed to line astern, with Blade 1 calling smoke on as the team performs a half loop, each aircraft sliding out to the left.
Now, focus. Go. Silence. Go. Go. 3, 4.
Some nice clear instructions from Blade 1 there. The team are now going to perform a set of aileron rolls in perfect unison. The extra 300 can actually rotate in 400 degrees in less than a second.
Ready. Roll. Go. Ready. Roll. Go. Ready. Roll. Go.
I'm sure I counted 4 there. It was meant to be 3. Oh well, maybe they did an extra little Brucey bonus one. So our new sponsor for this year, GS UASA, they're actually running a competition whereby you and a friend can actually fly in the front seat of our aircraft and fly in close formation on an aerobatic sortie. Now, if you are interested in doing this, please do just Google Blades Win a Flight or GS UASA, and that's spelled YUASA. All of the T's and C's for the competition are on that website. Please do get entering. The competition closes at the Bournemouth Air Festival on the 4th of September. All 4 aircraft are now performing a quarter twist in formation, lining up for the second break of the display. This is the fan break. Here, keeping our eyes on crowd center for Blade 1 and 4 as they break out together. They will perform an iconic shape in the sky. This is the heart, and this is dedicated to our charity partner, the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. That's pretty awesome. So directly ahead of us, we've got Blade 2 barrel rolling around the smoke of Blade 3 and then into an exciting split. Another great camera opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Derry split. So staying with Blade 2 and 3, they will perform wingovers before crossing in the center line at a closing speed of 350 miles per hour.
Yeah, we'll get you going in a moment, Danny.
Okay, just lining up for that cross. So the pair are going to finish this section by pulling up into the vertical to perform synchronized Lomshavaks. This is a Czech word meaning headache or hangover. You too could do this if you fancy doing it at Sywell. Blade 1 and 4 approaching and pulling into the vertical to perform knife edge spins. This is a super dynamic maneuver which involves the aircraft spinning around its wingtips at -3 whilst dropping vertically. I want to say not for the faint-hearted, but honestly, having done this myself, it is absolutely spectacular. So staying with James on our left now, he is going to lead us into the second solo of the display. He starts with a maneuver. This is called centrifuge. James will now pull up, positioning the aircraft back towards the middle, where he will demonstrate the rolling capability of the Extra 300. The Extra 300 has actually got ailerons that span the entire length of the wing, that's 8 meters, allowing it to perform these really dynamic rolling maneuvers. James is now going to pull back into the vertical to finish this section of the display with a Lomshevak to hover. So James is now going to rejoin the team. And if you look out to your left now, he is going to kick off the second last maneuver. I did that yesterday as well. This is called revolver. So we've got blade 1, 2, and 3. Blade 1 rolling and turning simultaneously, whilst blade 2 and 3 barrel roll around blade 1 smoke, matching each other at the top and bottom of each roll. We're almost coming to the end of the display now, lining up for the next and last maneuver, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed watching the display today. It's been a pleasure to be here.
We are finishing on a champagne split, going straight ahead and right. Power.
So Blade 4, they're working hard to rejoin the team for the last maneuver. This is the champagne split, ladies and gentlemen.
Letting it. Out, rolling, out.
So Blade 1, 2, and 3 will pull up, leaving Blade 4 to add the fizz.
A 6, go. So move off. Go.
Thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed that display. We are certainly enjoying being here. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, hands up also, please, or together for Louise McIntosh there. Fabulous display from the Blades once again. Louise, really great to have you on board. Thoroughly enjoyed that. And can we meet the guys after the show tonight? No, they're at Shoreham, aren't they? Of course, they're parking. Yeah, but there we go. Not to worry. You can go online and book your flight, I hope.
Do please. Have you ever flown with us, George?
No, I haven't. You know, I'm far too busy.
Why?
No, not at all. And no, it's they're great. I mean, fantastic outfit to be part of. But thank you. And is that it from you today?
That is it from me today. I'm going to hand the mic back to you. I'm sorry, you're going to have to work again now, George. Thank you.
Well, it's great to have so many visitors coming into the commentary box today. And I understand we've got several thousand people online as well, which is a really great success for those Aeroview guys. Young startups who've just thought it was a great idea and coming on board here at Airborne. I take my hat off to them as well and all the other initiatives. And grateful thanks, of course, to all the amazing sponsors who've been helping us to keep this show on the road for so many different years. Right at the top there, Posturite, but Eastbourne Bid in particular, together with the Eastbourne Chamber of Commerce. Boundless, I interviewed and had a chat with them yesterday. We had a shout out for the Eastbourne Hospitality Association, looking after so many of the aircrews involved with this show, but so many more as well. Birchwood, Caffins, Environment First, of course, providing those recycling facilities for us, all important to help us on the way. The Rotary Clubs, Bruford, Stagecoach as well, and Sign Tech as well. And do take a look at the electric aircraft as well if you can. Go and chat to Deepak and the Western Lawns. Make the most of the rest of the day. Please don't rush off. because it's all open until 6:15 this evening. And then there's a whole lot to do in the town as well, including going to the theatre if you can get yourself a seat. Coming up very shortly, the next aircraft is on the way in now, looking out straight in front of you. To tell you all about this next contribution from the Royal Air Force, please welcome Flight Lieutenant Andy Donovan.
Thank you very much, George, and good afternoon, Eastbourne. My name is Flight Lieutenant Andy Donovan, known as Donners, and I have the great pleasure to be the display manager for the 2022 Chinook display team. And with 1 minute to the start of the display, if I encourage all of you to look out to sea, you'll see the aircraft now running in towards us. And we're going to offer you something slightly different this afternoon. We've had the amazing Typhoon display team with us, awesome display from them. Great display from the Blades, but as I'm sure you've all now found out, jet noise is boring. So we're going to bring you the sound of the mighty Chinook. And as they close towards us, you're going to hear that sound build in a quarter of a mile. They're going to pull up into the pedal turn. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 Chinook display. Now this year's Chinook display captain sat in the right-hand seat of the aircraft, Flight Lieutenant Matt Smythe, known as Schmitty. Schmitty's put the aircraft into the pedal turn there and is going to bring it now out to the left of the display area. Schmitty joined the RAF in 2007 and has now spent 12 years on number 27 Squadron, which is providing you the display here today from Royal Air Force Odium in Hampshire. Now, Schmitty is a training captain on the Chinook aircraft, which means he is responsible for coaching some of our more junior pilots in how to operate the aircraft overseas and at home on operations in support of UK defence objectives once the instructional staff have taught them to fly the aircraft. And coming in back from the left-hand side now, Schmitty is going to bring the aircraft into the roller coaster. And pitching up there to about 50 degrees. We're taking the aircraft towards the edge of its limits here today. Incredible feat, really, for a 16.5-ton helicopter. Now, Schmitty is flying this aircraft with his eyes out of the cockpit the entire time. A very difficult display to fly over water because of that monochromatic surface. It's very hard for him to judge his height. So in the left-hand seat, we have another very experienced Chinook display captain operating as co-pilot today. Flight Lieutenant Paul Hoyton is effectively providing what we call the display patter, or the display commentary. And he's calling out Schmitty's heights and Schmitty's speeds as part of this display sequence. He's making sure Schmitty doesn't come below the minimus. He's making sure that as they roll the aircraft there, they don't exceed the maximum angle of bank for the Chinook. And he's helping Schmitty from the left-hand seat in all of those left-hand maneuvers in making sure that aircraft comes back round onto the display axis. So what I'm going to try to do now, hasn't failed to work yet, but there's always a first time, is take you into the cockpit to hear Paul providing the display patter to Schmitty on the next maneuver, which is a single nose over from right to left into a pedal turn.
20, 30, 40, 5, 50. No more. Arrive at 10, 20, 30, 40, 5, 550, 500, 450, 400, 350, 300, 250, 200. Good height, good speed. Ready, enter now. 10, 20, look, turn now. Right at 10, 20, 30, 40, 5, 500, 450, 400, 350, 300, 250, 200. Good height, good speed.
And you can hear Paul there give Schmitty good height, good speed, which means he's set up back at 200 feet, Ready to run, left to right for the wing wave. Give them a big wave, boys and girls. This is the moment they're going to look right and see all of you on the beach there watching them. Now Schmidt is going to be fighting that wind today. You can hear it out on the right-hand side. Affects this massive helicopter far more than it does the jets. So he's now going to enter a 270 left to come back round for the next maneuver, which is the quick stop. Now this quick stop is a maneuver that we use with the CH-47 aircraft on the battlefield. If we spot troops late, if they come out of cover, or in a tactical environment where they can't drop smoke, we may see them late. So we can bring the aircraft to a stop very quickly from 120 knots or more by a pitch up and presenting both of those oncoming rotor discs to the oncoming airflow. And a large amount of what we call blade slap there as the aircraft comes to a stop. You can see that ramp has now dropped. And Sergeant Danny Gilderson has taken his place to wave to all of you boys and girls. This is the best view he's going to have of the beach. Give him a big wave. You can see that massive downdraft from the Chinook affecting the water there. Please show Danny your appreciation. He's currently balanced on his knees on that ramp, unable to hold on to anything because he's waving to you guys. Now, Danny, known as Gilders, joined the RAF in 2009, converted to the Chinook in 2014. He, like many of us, has deployed overseas many times with the aircraft to the Falklands Islands, to Mali in Africa, to the Middle East, and to other locations around the world where we operate this aircraft in support of UK defence. And as they reach the end of that sideways trawl, as we call it, from right to left, you're going to see that ramp go up. Gilders is going to stow those orange hands and he's going to move back towards the front of the aircraft. And the second he calls secure, Schmidt is going to pull power and the aircraft is going to climb into what we call the Gorney corkscrew. Now this next Gorney maneuver is something we don't use anymore but was used early on in the Chinook's history in a site in Bosnia, a very tight valley landing site. And when the aircraft came out of it, crews had concern that they might be engaged by ground-to-air fire. So we have a gun on the ramp of the Chinook and one on each side of the aircraft. And this maneuver was used to make sure that they were rotating, giving the crew a chance to respond to that fire at any point during the departure. Now, the aircraft you're seeing in front of you today was very likely operating in Bosnia. Zulu Alpha 680 is currently the fleet leader on the Chinook force. 42 years of service for the force. This aircraft has flown 14,000 hours in support of its Royal Air Force service. And a 405-degree spiral there. They're now going to run in parallel to you again. So give them a big wave as they come past and we approach the end of the Chinook display. Just a couple more maneuvers to go. So if you want that photograph, grab it now. And positioning out to the right-hand side. The aircraft's going to go into another 30-degree offset wing over, so a left-hand bank out to 30 degrees, pitching up and pulling round back onto the crowd line. Now, if we had a runway in front of us today, we would show you the running landing. Now, the running landing is a maneuver we use if we have a power loss on the Chinook and we can't bring it back to the hover if it's a high weight. So we can use this maneuver to run it onto a runway, much like a fixed-wing aircraft. Now, of course, we can't show you that today because our engineers have asked us not to bring the aircraft back covered in salt water, which we all felt was a lack of commitment on their part, but we play the game that's in town. So instead, Schmidt pitching up now for a straighter level quick stop. You can see him pitching up there to a maximum of 20 degrees. Now, if you imagine a runway below the aircraft there, you can imagine how close that back blade would be coming to it. So like all of the display sequence, we have a limit on how much pitch we can apply before we land on that maneuver. Give them a big wave now, boys and girls. They're going to come to the hover, they're going to flash the landing lights, and they're going to say goodbye to you all for today. and pitching the nose up. They're going to disappear back out to sea in what we call an over-the-shoulder departure. Now, this is a departure we use if we come under contact or if we are engaged from in front of the aircraft on a landing site. We can lift back to the hover and present the bulletproof plating on the bottom of the aircraft to that threat before we escape. And as we come to the end of the display there, I'm going to make one last mention for our engineers and survival equipment specialists who are all ashore at Airport this afternoon, making sure that aircraft was good to go for today's display. They're the unsung heroes, like so many of our engineers, to make sure that these displays are here in front of you today. So thank you very much, Eastbourne. We hope we'll see you again tomorrow, and I hope you enjoyed that.
Thank you very much indeed. Flight Lieutenant Andy Donovan there, leading us through that another outstanding display from the Chinook force. And, well, we're just a few aircraft to go, but don't let that put you off in any way, because we always save the best till last. And, of course, the team you love and most, we're coming up very, very shortly. Okay, just hang on to your hats. Don't forget to keep those donations going. Get yourselves a program. Top up with ice creams. Just settle in for another half hour's superb action. Well, coming up in a few minutes' time, we revert back to something altogether a little calmer, a little less noisy, but also equally impressive in one of the largest and most successful piston fighter warbirds of the post-war era. And then the culmination this afternoon, of course, the finale, the fabulous Red Arrows. Now, just a few notes. Of course, if you're thinking of leaving us a little earlier, then just bear in mind, please help us reduce waste. Take your rubbish home with you, or use one of the recycling points on the Western Lawns by the Lifeboats Museum near the pier, or, of course, any other points you possibly can find yourself, all provided by Environment First. The last bus for those parked at 5 Acre Field will depart Hartington Place at 6:40, I should say, 6:40. There are no other pickups for that, but our recommendation to you is actually stay right where you are. Enjoy the evening, enjoy the cafes, go along to the pop-up park in Victoria Place, get some pickers done with the I Love Eastbourne letters provided by the Eastbourne Bid and Chamber of Commerce team there, really superb. Or just check out some of the fabulous restaurants and cafes around town as well. Maybe take in that outstanding theatrical activity and spin around the world in 80 days. Just pitch up and get a seat for the 7:45 performance at the Devonshire Park Theatre. Tomorrow we hope to get the Spitfire back with the Mustang as well, and see that pairs formation for the first time this weekend. And we've got a Puma coming in tomorrow as well to do a special flyby. They'll be going off to other parts of the world to do other forms of operational endeavour. And of course, take the kids around to hug one of the airbays or AME. Pick up some of the outstanding merchandise too, as part of the all the benefits going towards keeping airborne on the air. And pop up your photographs on all the team sites, but also on the Airborne Facebook, Instagram and Twitter feeds as well. We just love to get your feedback. There is a survey going on as well. All the details are in the programme, as indeed is an opportunity to win a fabulous prize watch, a Red Arrows Citizen watch. And that is only available if you get a program through the QR code that is provided. Well, just a couple of minutes run now. I'm just listening into the airwaves to find out if we're ready to go with the next aircraft. You will see it very clearly. It's a very large aircraft coming in from Lid, so it'll be coming in from the eastern side, and it's actually relocated itself down from the air leasing headquarters at Sywell. And here she is. Just hold on. Well, my apologies for that. Just a bit of activity going on here in the commentary box with people in and out. But here is the Hawker Fury, and a magnificent beast it is indeed, designed to a Royal Air Force requirement for a light Tempest. You will have heard of the Tempest, also flown by Air Leasing, but sadly not able to be with us here today. But this is a very effective fighter. Eventually, it began life very much as a ground attack aircraft, but a lighter version, it was argued, would make a better fighter. And the Fury was built in the same general arrangement as the Hawker Tempest, but with a reduced wingspan, and with the Tempest, same Bristol Centaurus engine, an absolutely meaty, massive powerhouse right at the sharp end of this aircraft. The Air Force didn't actually proceed with this, though they were favouring the development and the bringing on of jet aircraft, and it was the Royal Navy that really took the might of the Fury forward with their designation, the F-10 Sea Fury, and then subsequent variants, FB-11s and so on and so forth, with their bomber and fighter variants. Flying this aircraft today is Andy Durston, man who's lived and breathed aviation since he was a teenager. He started by way of an RAF flying scholarship at Manston and continued towards his PPL at age 17, and started also gliding at 19 at Lyon-Solent. Joined the University Air Squadron, a great thoroughbred route for so many pilots in the modern military today. Joining the Royal Navy in 2005 and moving on to train on fast jets and the Hawk and Harrier before the Harrier was taken out of service in 2010. Now a commercial pilot, also flown other warbirds as well, but spending a lot of time helping his chums developing the ultimate warbirds operation at Sywell with Air Leasing. What a tremendous sound that is, isn't it? It's a fantastic machine, a fantastic engine. Had quite an interesting lifespan. This constructed as a Fury ISS, and I don't mean the International Space Station there, I mean an Iraqi single seat, unsurprisingly for the Iraqi Air Force. It was part of a contract of 60 aircraft. Eventually being dispatched towards the end of its life by a gentleman in Orlando in Florida, taken out of Iraq in 1979. And then, like so many of these warbirds, passing through a series of hands before being eventually brought back to UK. That wonderful Bristol Centaurus 18-cylinder radial supercharged engine producing 2,500 horsepower there. Really meaty beast. Got a fuel load of 183 gallons. Gives it about 2 hours flying time at a speed of around 230 knots, but it does have a maximum speed up to 425 knots. This aircraft was brought back to UK by her owners, Anglia Aircraft Restorations, refurbished and repainted by Air Leasing, and the colours of one of the Hawker's Sea Fury prototypes. The code number for that one was Sierra Romeo 661, which was a modified Mark II Fury. As a navalised version, Sea Fury, this mark and class of aircraft had the distinction of being the only piston engine fighter to shoot down a jet-powered fighter during the course of the Korean War. A notable achievement. With a range of around 500 miles, able to carry 4 20mm Hispano Mark V auto cannons, 12 3-inch rockets, or 2,000 pounds worth of bombs. After his military flying period, Andy, along with his friend John Gowdy, purchased 2 RV4 vans, and you may well have seen them flying here in the past as the Fireflies aerobatic display team, both in the day and the night. But they've since moved on, and particularly when Richard Grace, who runs Air Leasing, invited Andy to fly the Spitfire, the well-known and famous Grace Spitfire. And since then he hasn't turned back. You can go flying with the company that Andy's working with at Air Leasing. They've got a whole series of aircraft. You can fly in the 3, the Mustang, the Bouchon and the Spitfire. Bespoke packages are available. Just go to warbirdflights.co.uk and find out more about the outstanding team and operation they have up there. With a distinctly more impressive presence, you can see this is a machine that really is built for business, isn't it? And very strong construction. Nonetheless, with all that power and weight, still gingerly handled. All these pilots, real privilege to fly the historic Warbirds. And of course, the main aim to keep them going for as long as absolutely possible. And as enjoyable as this is, very sadly Andy calls up to say that he'll be making his last pass very shortly. So I think you know the procedure from here on, don't you? Whatever he's going to do, even if he's upside down, he'll be taking a quick peek out of the canopy to keep his eyes on you down there on the beach. And a wonderful sight and sound as he goes into his final maneuver. I'm hoping as he's going back to lid, we'll reposition now and just give you one final fly past. That was another aircraft just calling up to say he's staying out of the way, and it looks like Andy is staying high. And he's going off into the barbecue yonder, and I suspect maybe going on to do another display or top up of fuel elsewhere. But that was Andy Durston in the Hawker Fury. You all know what's coming up next, don't you? So make the most of a couple of minutes break whilst Red 10 gets himself sorted and prepared for the finale of this afternoon, which I know is just going to be thrilling for everybody. We had the most magnificent display yesterday, and you're going to get exactly the same this afternoon. The sky is superb, and what an absolutely marvellous amphitheatre this is for a flying display. So get your hats together, make sure you've got all the family together, got teas, coffees, everybody ready, settle down for the finale of day 3 of Airborne 2022 with, of course, the Red Arrows.
disclosure, thumbs up again.
Well, boys and girls, it's almost that time. Just a few minutes to go to the finale, the fantastic finale of the afternoon, of course. The wonderful Royal Air Force aerobatic team coming your way very, very shortly. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is almost that time. Just a few pointers, though, before we bring on the final act of the afternoon. Just a reminder to take all your belongings with you if you are intending to leave straight away. I know that bus out to the car park goes a little bit earlier, perhaps, than you would prefer. But nonetheless, make sure you've got all the children with you as well, essentially, for that. But for the rest of you, chill out, enjoy the rest of the evening, won't you? The Western Lawn staying open till 6:15. But right now, it is that time of day to give a massive airborne welcome to Red 10.
Good afternoon, Eastbourne. I am Squadron Leader Graham Muscat, and I am a Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. It's absolutely fantastic to be here, and again on such a wonderful weather day, and see such a massive capacity crowd here on the coast. I am just now listening to radio communications and checking with Red 1 to make sure that we are all arriving on time. My role as the team supervisor is exactly that. I need to make sure that the team are adhering to all the rules and regulations stipulated by all the various organisations. However, I'll also give you some wider information about the Royal Air Force, some information about the team itself, and I'll also let you hear some of the radio transmissions through the display. There are three types of display that we can do. It's either a full, a rolling, or a flat display. And this is usually based on cloud base and visibility. However, with the airspace construction of what we are today, we are actually limited to a rolling display. It's still full of loops, barrel rolls and fast dynamic maneuvering, but we won't see the full looping maneuvers. One of the key roles of the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team of the Red Arrows is to represent the Royal Air Force. And as a service, we are on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Through our quick reaction Typhoon aircraft, and you saw one of them displaying earlier. They're on duty at all times, defending the skies, alongside our NATO ally partners, protecting the skies against any aggressor that may come towards us. However, we are also promotion of global Britain. We literally fly the red, white and blue through the skies, and we are often engaging with trade and industry across Europe and across the world to be able to promote that red, white and blue through the world. I've now been in contact with Red 1, and it looks like they will be on time. So they will position themselves, and they're doing their pre-display checks. They will make sure the smoke is working. They'll put themselves into the first formation, which is known as wall, which is approximately 300 feet across. However, I can hear them getting closer. They are now the colours on, so please put your hands together for the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows! As I said, this is a rolling show as Red 1 brings the formation around to the right. He makes the call and all the aircraft start to collapse into a shape known as 7 Arrow. Red 1 is squadron leader Tom Bold. He is the team leader and is in his second year as the team leader. He has previously flown Typhoon operationally. He was the synchro leader in 2017 and he's also a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II and Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2010. However, as the team bend their way around to the right, get your cameras ready for the 7 Arrow roll. As the team roll to the left, on the right-hand side, you have Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. He's in his first year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon operationally with 11 and 12 squadrons at Royal Air Force Coningsby in Lincolnshire. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy is also in his first year on the team, again having previously flown Typhoon with 11 and 12 squadrons at RAF Coningsby. The smoke comes on as Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 make their way to the rear of the formation to sit just behind Red 6. The Red Arrows are based at RAF Scampton in Lincolnshire. Scampton was the base of the famous 617, the Dam Busters Squadron in World War II. Unfortunately, Scampton will close this year and the team will move to Royal Air Force Waddington just to the south of Lincoln. And therefore, in tribute to the history of Scampton, its squadron and its personnel, and the fact that now the F-35 is flown by 617, the Dam Busters, this is the Lightning Present. On the far right-hand side, uppermost as we look at it, is Red 4, squadron leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He is in his 5th year on the team, having previously been synchro leader last year. He has also flown Typhoon operationally and is a former qualified flying instructor on the Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. Reds 4 and 5, the smoke comes on as Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 move up to sit just behind Red 1. The go call is made from 7 as 7 moves to the left and 6 to the right. And now we have all the odd numbers on the left-hand side and all the even numbers on the right-hand side. This is all while Red 1 continues to bend the formation around to the right at 3G, making the move more difficult. But once again, Eastbourne, get your cameras ready for the Phoenix roll. As the aircraft rolls towards us, they're upside down. The pilots will be able to see you, so give them a massive wave. And you can see the iconic shape of the Hawk. It has been in service with the Royal Air Force since 1976 and has been the aircraft of the Red Arrows since 1979. And since March of this year, when 100 Squadron closed and 736 Royal Naval Air Squadron closed, that makes the Red Arrows the sole user of the Hawk T Mark I in the United Kingdom. The smoke comes on again from Reds 4 and 5 as they make their way back to the rear of the formation. The Royal Air Force is always looking to develop its capabilities, and as such, it acknowledges that space plays an important part in future operations. And on the 1st of April 2021, UK Space Command was formed. As the Royal Air Force realises the importance of space, And therefore, with a tribute to space, with a shape that represents the lunar landing craft from those early space missions in the 60s, this is Apollo. The Red Arrows, of course, are a military unit, and as such, we are commanded by Wing Commander David Montenegro. He is a former team leader and synchro leader, and is a former Tornado F3 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Tucano. There are 9 pilots on the team this year, and each pilot must be assessed as above average and have 1,500 fast jet hours, as well as a 1 operational fast jet tour before they can apply to the team. But the team is not just about the pilots. We have a squadron of over 120 personnel, and with 100-odd person are known as the Blues, and they are the engineers, the administrators, the operations and support personnel. Called the Blues due to the colour of their overalls that they wear. You'll see now that the formation is split into 2, with Reds 4 and 5 in trail. For the crowd favourite manoeuvre, representing the combat aircraft no longer in service, but was on combat operations for nearly 40 years. Eastbourne, get your cameras ready for the colourful and dynamic Tornado. The aboard call is made as Reds 4 and 5 roll around the smoke of the rest of the formation. Watch for the colour change as Red 1 brings the formation to the right.
Right, now.
As Reds 4 and 5 now smoke red and blue. Smoking red is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Dave Simmons, known as Simo. He is a former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he also flew the Harrier and the F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. (2022) is an important year for the UK and the Commonwealth as Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II celebrates 70 years on the throne, thereby making her the longest serving Queen in history. In tribute to her prestigious Platinum Jubilee, you will have seen us on the Platinum Jubilee weekend over London. Get your cameras ready for the colourful Jubilee Present.
Come on.
You will see that the aircraft are flying with their air brakes out. That's the small door at the bottom of the aircraft towards the rear. This allows the pilots to set a higher throttle setting, therefore producing a hotter engine gas temperature at the exhaust, which actually makes the colour burn and a lot more brightly. As I said earlier, the squadron is over 100 personnel of support, and amongst those Blues are 10 individuals known as Circus. And they are the 10 lucky individuals who fly in the back of our aircraft in between displays when we cannot take a full engineering complement. And one individual is Circus 10. She is Air Specialist 1 Abigail Druitt. And she is with me at every display, videoing it for safety and debrief purposes. And she is responsible for almost all of the images that you see across social media, sitting in the back of my aircraft taking those images. You can see now that the formation is broken into 2. We have Reds 1-5 at the front. They are now known as Enid. They are named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series books. And you've got Red 6 and 7 in trail, the synchro pair, led by Red 6, the synchro leader. In the second half, you will see fast head-on, fast dynamic opposition passes, showing the ability of the pilots and the agility of the Hawk. But look directly to your front with Enid on top and synchro below. Get your cameras ready for the detonator.
Recovery. 2. Just shallow run down, 6. Good.
Red 6 and 7 breaking away from us. Red 7 smoking red and Red 6 smoking blue. They pull up using 30 degrees no but to approximately 1,000 feet before turning hard back towards the display line. They will dive down to 100 feet above the sea and have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour, where they will perform a series of barrel rolls in a maneuver we call the double rolls. As Synchro leave the display line, look to your front right 45 and you can see Enid formation smoking white. The red, white and blue comes on as they perform a series of barrel rolls through the sky, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky in a maneuver called the Python. The motto of the Red Arrows is Eclat, and that means excellence, and as such, we strive for excellence in everything that we do. We're also aware that we are guardians of that motto for only 3 to 5 years, depending on how long we are on the squadron. And we also try to leave the squadron in a better place from where we found it. However, look to your left, look to your right, and you can see the Synchro pair coming back in once again at 100 feet and over 800 miles closure. They will perform a series of 360-degree aileron rolls. Before trying to mirror each other with a 5 to 6G pull. Each aircraft now pulling up at 5 to 6G. That means everything about them is now weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the promenade. They reach a height of over 2,500 feet. They are 60 degrees nose down as they complete the maneuver we like to call the boomerang. Look to your left-hand side and you can see Enid formation running in, now smoking white. The red comes on from Reds 2 and 3 as they perform a barrel roll around Reds 4 and 5. The blue comes on as Red 4 and 5 do the same around Reds 2 and 3 in one of the hardest maneuvers for our new pilots each year to master. This is the rollbacks. As Enid leave the display area to your right, keep looking to your right and you can see Red 6 and Red 7 coming back in. Red 6 leading Red 7 with him in trail. The smoke comes on. Red 6 rolls inverted and he can now upside down, he can see you, so give him a massive wave as he flies inverted along the shoreline. As Red 7 rolls the red, white and blue around the smoke of Red 6. Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant James Turner, known as JT. He's in his 3rd year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon and is a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark 1. However, keep your eye on the synchro pair as Red 6 leads and turns hard back towards us. Red 6 is squadron leader Gregor Ogston, in his 4th year on the team, having previously flown Harrier and Typhoon, and is a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. The blue comes on, he turns hard left to face up towards Enid on our right-hand side, who are now in an inverted V position. Once again, get your cameras ready for the colourful double goose.
And a bit right now.
Each aircraft is fitted with a smoke pod. That smoke pod is capable of producing 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke, and 1 minute of blue smoke. And it is selected by an independent button for each colour on the pilot's control column, and therefore each display is specially and carefully choreographed to ensure that we have the right smoke in the right time during the display. However, look directly to your front and you can see the synchro pair running back in, Red 6 leading Red 7 on the right. Get your cameras ready once again for the crowd favourite. This is the Synchro Heart. Our senior engineering officer, Chris Phipps, would like to dedicate today's heart to his cousin, Vicky Phipps, her partner, Chris, and their newborn daughter, Rosemary. And Circus 10, Abigail Drew, would like to dedicate this heart to her friends, Ellie and Alicia. However, Eastbourne give the synchro pair a massive round of applause for producing such a wonderful heart in the skies over Eastbourne. As they position for their final opposition pass, they will dive down once again to that 100 feet, where they will perform a barrel roll and leave the display area completely inverted. In a manoeuvre named by a viewer of the One Show in 2020, this is Crossbow. Look directly to your front now and you can see Enid formation coming in, smoking white. The red comes on from Red 1 as he performs a barrel roll around the rest formation, leaving the infinity symbol in the sky for the infinity break. However, Eastbourne, it's been an honour, it's been a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2022 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts the white smoke on. He will gather the rest of the formation and return back to our operating place, which is Southend Airport. On behalf of the Red Arrows, we would like to wish a Mr. Peter Highlands a very rich and wonderful 85th birthday. He is on the beach today. That is from his daughter Sonia, his son-in-law Martin, his wife Doreen and family. Peter, very many congratulations to your 85th birthday. Well done. Once again, on behalf of the Royal Air Force and Red Arrows, if you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, we are on raf.mod.uk/Red Arrows. We are on Insta and Facebook and Twitter at RAF Red Arrows. But once again, hope you've enjoyed a wonderful day. Thanks for your support. I hope to see you again in the future. However, please take care going home. Thanks again. Thanks a lot. Bye.
And thank you. Put your hands together for Squadron Leader Graham Musk out there. Done an outstanding job, always leading us through the most outstanding displays of the season from the wonderful Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, now Red Arrows. Well, we hope you've really had a superb day out with us. Why don't you just stick around and just carry on having even a superb evening as well? But if you've got to rush away, please make sure you've got everything with you. Make sure your belongings are together. The children are with you. They're all packed up. You haven't left any rubbish behind. Make sure you take your rubbish away, put it in the recycling pots, and do all the sorts of good things like that. But stick around the Western Lawns. Open until 6:15 this evening. Chance to chat to all the guys in the military village there as well. Maybe take a spin on the giant wheel there, the observation wheel. Get some really, really wonderful photographs from the top of that. Just chill out, get a drink, go to the cafes, go down to the lovely little pop-up park just behind the main pier there in the centre of town, and also chill out, get some photographs done. Don't forget to get the kids round to see the Air Bears and, of course, Amy. Join up to the club. Pick up some merchandise on your way out as well. Some really good stuff there at great prices. And do your very, very best to drop something, ideally some paper money, into those buckets as well, to keep Airborne going for years and years to come.